Stay tuned for a Fox Sports special presentation next. Over the past 10 years, some of the greatest moments in all of sports happened right here on Fox.
Congratulations, Ted Williams, one of the greatest to ever play the game of baseball.
This is a presentation of Fox Sports, celebrating 10 years of excellence.
For the past 100 years, baseball has determined the champion with a playing of the World Series. And in this century, a few things have remained constant. 9 innings are played. Pitcher versus batter. A leather ball is thrown. A wooden piece of lumber is swung. And just as it was in 1903, the distance between the two remains just 60 feet 6 inches apart. The World Series is 100 years old. A century of fall classics.
Back. He makes a one-handed catch against the bullpen. Oh, doctor. There's a long drive. Way back in the
Heroes have been made.
If it stays there, it's gone. Home run. The Red Sox win.
Hearts have been broken.
And the pitch by Stanley. And a ground ball. Tripling. It is a fair ball. Hit by Buckner. Down the third night. The Mets will win the ball game. The Mets win.
And baseball history has been written throughout.
And here comes the pitch. Strike swing. A no-hitter, a perfect game for John Morrison. Runs out there. He leaps on Morrison.
Gibson. This is going to be a home run. Unbelievable. I don't believe what I just saw.
It's just a game, or so they say. But those who think baseball is just a game could not have been at Wrigley last week.
And this crowd at Wrigley Field stunned in disbelief.
The Florida Marlins left Chicago as champions of the National League.
And the Florida Marlins have come back from 3 games to 1 down to win the National League pennant.
And in the American League, the meaning of baseball is crystal clear, as the game's greatest rivalry came down to a single pitch, and the 100-year battle would have its newest and greatest chapter.
And like Derek told me, the ghosts will show up eventually, and they did, man. I mean, this is stupid.
For the Yankees, it seems the World Series and the Bombers are one and the same. But the Yankee faithful are painfully aware that with one pitch, fate changes.
Down the left field line, that ball is trouble. It is gone! And the Marlins have won Game 4.
And for the Marlins, a team not of a storied past, but champions nonetheless. A club full of comeback kids who will not be intimidated.
I'm fine. I'm ready to go. Just try and get it over with.
Game 6 of the Fall Classic is next on Fox.
Welcome to Yankee Stadium for Game 6 of the World Series.
Gene Hackman's Runaway Jury is in theaters now, but on this stage tonight we ask, will the Marlins run away with the championship? In the 6th World Series under Joe Torre, the Yankees have faced elimination and only once lost. While the Stripes are on the brink in the Bronx tonight, a place where baseball tradition has resided for a century. A place where you either get crushed by history or make it. The Marlins are 1 win from the most unlikely World Series triumph. For the Yankees, it's simple. Get the job done or watch someone else celebrate on their field. Hi, everyone. I'm Jeannie Zelasco along with Kevin Kennedy. And for all the winning the Yankees have done in the last 2 decades, they have never once been down 3-2 in a World Series, Kevin.
Yeah, you know, this is the David and Goliath story. No question about it, Gene. The Florida Marlins were not supposed to be here. I talked to Perry Hill, my former coach and the first base coach of the Marlins, a few moments ago. He goes, Kevin, we got to fool them one more time. In reality, the Marlins aren't fooling anybody. They're a very talented ball club led by Jack McKeon. He's done a great job.
Yeah, Mystique and Aura have been working overtime this postseason, but Jack McKeon's not worried about the ghost. He's worried about the Yankees. He didn't let a goat get in his way, but he will try to ride a horse to a title. More than 36 hours went into the decision to saddle up Josh Beckett.
They say I'm cocky, and I say, what? And I'm bragging if you do it and you back it up. They say I'm cocky.
You just got to go out there and just act like you don't care. You know, you care, obviously, but I don't care who you are. I don't care how many years you got here. You know, you just got to go out there and do your job. You can't be intimidated by the Nolan Ryans and the Roger Clemenses. And, you know, that's how they were, and they're big winners, you know, and that's where I want to fit. These people don't want me to pitch because I'm going to beat them, and that's the way you look at it, and you take it out to the mound and let it motivate you. I'm ready to go. If you have your so-called ace during the playoffs, though, ready, why not throw him out there game 6? Just try and get it over with. Hopefully I got that ring next year, opening day, whenever they're doing out the ring ceremony. Give me my ring, and I'll wear it every day for the rest of my life.
Josh Beckett has shown dominant stuff all postseason. He pitched game 3 against the Yankees very, very well. 10 strikeouts, 97-98 fastball, great overhand curveball and a changeup to go with it. This guy has thrown 20 innings. His last 20 innings, he struck out 24 guys. He's only given up 6 hits. That's dominance. I like him pitching tonight. We said it the other night, Jeannie. I like the move by Jack McKeon, throwing their best guy to try to put it away in game 6.
Yeah, this, of course, is the biggest start of Beckett's life. But for Andy Pettitte, it is deja vu all over again. The lefty has pitched the biggest games of this Yankee October.
Well, I won't back down. No, I won't back down.
Games in the postseason are so much mental, you know, just overcoming all the stuff that goes on. If you're not able to control yourself, control your emotions, it can really take a toll on you. Once I get out there, that's it. You know, it's me, and it's me against the hitters. If I got my stuff working like I had the other night, I think that I mean, hopefully I would have the advantage, because I think that if I'm making quality pitches, I don't care really who's hitting, that, you know, I'm going to get you out. I love pitching here. I feel like I've had some success here. And, you know, we're just looking forward to it. As a team, we're looking forward to it. As fans, we're looking forward to it. And it's a special night, and we'll be able to get this thing to one extra game.
When the Yankees were down after game 1, it was Andy Pettitte that pitched extremely well in Yankee Stadium. 90-92 fastball. He's got a good backdoor curveball. He's got a cutter. He's got a changeup. And when the Yankees are down, period, Jeannie, in the postseason, this is the go-to guy. This is the guy that they trust. Andy Pettitte, I think, will pitch well tonight as well as Josh Beckett will.
Of course, being pushed to the brink by the Red Sox, if that wasn't bad enough, but failing to win the World Series, losing to the Marlins, a team the Yankees outspent by $130 million, could be an unpardonable sin. George has spoken. His State of the Yankees address came in statement form when asked to react to the 3-2 deficit. He said, quote, Joe Torre is the highest paid manager in baseball history, and the 2003 Yankees have the highest payroll in baseball. Yikes. So why are their backs against the wall? Because these aren't the same Yankees that steamrolled their way to 5 AL pennants and 4 championships in 6 years. The biggest reason? The clutch guys, Tina Martinez, Scott Brosius, Paul O'Neill, David Cohn are long gone. And it shows. Don't be fooled, though. The replacements, this team, is just as talented. They're just having a hard time proving it. And that's why Don Zimmer called this the best managing job Joe Torre has done in his 8 seasons in the Bronx. Just weeks ago, rumors swirled about Torre not having as much fun as he used to. Rumors Torre denied. But one has to wonder, is Joe having fun now?
Well, this Yankee ball club doesn't have Paul O'Neill anymore, the fire that he had, Scott Brosius or Tino Martinez, but they do have Derek Jeter, Bernie Williams. Those are the guys that have to step up and do the job. So far, both of them have. Matsui I like tonight in the 4th spot. I think he's going to be key. Joe Torre has gone to a contact lineup, Jeannie, with Jeter leading off, Nick Johnson hitting second to lefty. I like that move. Maybe put some people in motion early in the ballgame. Of course, Bernie hitting 3rd, and then Matsui. Giambi's down to the 6th spot where he did well so far in the postseason when he hits down there. And I like Soriano back in the lineup hitting 9. You got to have him in there. I mean, he hit 38 home runs this year, so he's bound to do it. You never know when you catch lightning in a ball.
All right, well, Yankee fans can cling to this. The last 2 teams to head home trailing 3-2 actually recovered to win games 6 and 7. So the Yankees have some recent history on their side, Steve Lyons, but more importantly, they have Derek Jeter.
Hi, Jeannie. Thank you very much, Derek. You know, you have grown up in this organization with gamers like yourselves, guys like Brosius, Tino Martinez, guys like that, Paul O'Neill. Do you have that same type of attitude on this club this year?
Without question. You know, we've been through a lot as a group. You know, we've battled back. We've been down before, and, you know, now we come out here, we have to win tonight.
You're the captain of this club, and people, when they see you, they say that's a true Yankee. What does that mean to you?
Well, obviously, you know, to have that title, it goes without saying how much it means. I mean, it's an important role. They don't just throw that title around in this organization. So I'm proud of it to represent the captain of this team.
As you mentioned, you guys don't play too many must-win games. Tonight, this is one. How does this team react any differently?
Well, you know, I've said all along, you got to take every game like it's a must-win. You never say you have the luxury of one game here or one game there. And if you take that approach the entire postseason, it's nothing new. You got to come out here and win a game.
All right, Derek, good luck tonight. All right, guys, back to you.
That's the way Derek Jeter plays, like everything is a must-win situation. He got 3 hits off of Josh Beckett the other night. That's why he's at the top of the order once again tonight. He had a ball down a left field line, a base hit to center, and that double to right field, Jeannie. And he's at the top of the order for that reason. He can make contact with the ball and play. 123 postseason hits That's an all-time record. I mean, he's the guy you want to be in any order.
All right, second-guessing managers has become a new sport this postseason. Do you agree with you? Do you agree with? I guess it's an old sport. Do you agree with Jack McKeon's decision to go with Beckett to go for the throw tonight?
Absolutely. We talked about it the other night. I don't like a lefty changeup guy against the Yankee lineup in Yankee Stadium. That's why I like Josh Beckett pitching tonight. 3 days rest tonight. He's 23 years old. He will pitch fine. And then, of course, if they lose, they got Pavano tomorrow. This is the right move. Jack McKeon's a proactive manager, and that's why they've gotten his ball club here. I like the move very much.
All right, sorry if I brought up some bad memories. Call somebody. Pick up your Sprint PCS phone. All season long, Fox Sports and Sprint have been interactive, and tonight you'll have the chance to make your voice heard. Keep your PCS Vision phone from Sprint handy. Call Kevin or log on to foxsports.com to vote. Still ahead, the Marlins have a couple of chances to become the quickest expansion team to win 2 titles. But Jack McKeon has decided tonight is the night, putting his best out there. That would be Josh Beckett. Of course, the Yankees counter with Mr. Fix-It, Andy Pettitte. There's a world championship on the line tonight on Fox. Welcome back to Game 6 of the World Series. Now let's go to the voice of Yankee Stadium since 1951, the one and only public address announcer, Bob Shepard.
Rise. And please direct your attention now to the microphones behind home plate and welcome the United States Military Academy at West Point Band under the direction of Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Rotundi. They will play our national anthem.
And Tim McCarver will have more from the Bronx as we near first pitch of Game 6 of the World Series on Fox.
Welcome to Game 6 of this 2003 World Series. The Florida Marlins, the New York Yankees. Florida up 3 games to 2. And now welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck, Tim McCarver in just a second. Well, we're back where we started, right here at Yankee Stadium. The Marlins roll in after winning 2 of 3 at home. They're up 3-2. For the Yankees, they have the guy they want on the mound. The guy that they've had on the mound when they've been down in series this postseason, Andy Pettitte. On the other side, so much has been said and so much has been written about Jack McKeon's decision to go with Josh Beckett here in Game 6. And if necessary, also on 3 days rest, Carl Pavano in a Game 7 tomorrow night. Tim McCarver, I think the way we've talked about it, we talked about it in Game 5, there really was no decision here for Jack McKeon. We don't disagree with what he did at all.
I mean, I think it's overrated in postseason to worry about 3 days rest. This way, by starting Beckett tonight and if necessary Pavano tomorrow night, the Marlins give themselves 2 chances to win 1 game. It makes all the sense in the world.
On the other side of it, the Marlins feel they're better off with Dontrelle Willis in the bullpen. The only other choice was Mark Redmond, who has really struggled his last 2 starts. Well, around here, the Florida Marlins hope they celebrate after tonight's game. The Yankees hope they hear Frank Sinatra singing New York, New York. Right now, it's the chairman of the board singing Luck Be a Lady Tonight.
They call you Lady Luck, and yet before this evening is over, you might give me the brush, you might refuse to stay, and so the best that I can do is pray. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck be a lady tonight. Luck if you've ever been a lady to begin with. Luck be a lady tonight.
The World Series on Fox is brought to you by Sprint, proudly offering picture mail and PCS Vision picture phones. By Budweiser, grab a cold, fresh Budweiser. It's game time. By Subway, good so you don't always have to be. Subway, eat fresh. And by City Cards. A little more electricity in the air tonight at Yankee Stadium as Andy Pettitte makes the start for the Yankees. Backed up, down 3-2. This could possibly be the last night in pinstripes for both Mel Stottlemyre, the pitching coach, and Andy Pettitte, the 31-year-old left-handed starter, who is 3-0 this postseason. The Yankees ask him for another win. Starting lineup for the Florida Marlins is brought to you by Citibank. Juan Pierre leads it off in center. Luis Castillo batting second. Ivan Rodriguez hitting third. Then it's Cabrera, Conine the DH, Lowell at third, Derek Lee at first, Juan Encarnacion, and the shortstop is Alex Gonzalez batting ninth. And we look at Andy Pettitte, who has been lights out, 3-0 this year after a Yankee loss in the postseason with an ERA of 1.21.
All of those games after a Yankee loss in Game 1 of each, the Division Series, Championship Series, and the World Series. So yet another important game, a tourniquet for the running game. Ground balls galore, preferably on the left side of the infield. There were 8 outs recorded by Pettitte when he pitched in Game 2 on ground balls to the left.
Take a look at the defense behind Andy Pettitte. It's also brought to you by Citibank. Matsui is in left with Bernie Williams in center, Garcia in right, because now the DH is in effect. Nick Johnson plays at first base, and Giambi will be the DH tonight. Boone and Jeter on that important left side with Andy Pettitte on the mound. Talked to Joe Torre before the game. Any idea of starting Enrique Wilson at third for Boone? He wanted to make sure that Soriano was in the lineup. He said no. Boone's our best defensive third baseman. And with Pettitte on the mound, we need him over at third base. Juan Pierre is set to lead it off. Castillo and Ivan Rodriguez will follow.
Only one bunt attempt by Pierre against Pettitte in Game 2.
All the flash bulbs popping as we begin Game 6. Pierre said it hit his jersey. The home plate umpire, Tim Welke, shaking his head no.
Pettit coming inside to Pierre, and it did hit the jersey.
So instead of being at first base, it's called ball 1 inside. Back inside goes Pettit. It's 2-1. If the pitch hits the jersey, any part of that uniform, it's considered being hit by the pitch. Right there, it takes a little swipe at the Marlins logo on the jersey of Pierre, who pops the short, 1 away.
So here it is in the first inning, and luck has proven to be a lady for the Yankees thus far.
Wind is whipping around now. Hot dog wrappers flying all over the park. There's tonight's starter, Josh Beckett. We understand some rain is in the forecast for tomorrow. Marlins trying to make the rain just a nuisance with travel plans as opposed to starting time in a Game 7 on Sunday night. Castillo, strike 1. Only 3 hits in this World Series for Luis Castillo.
Castillo, so conscious of the pitch inside, he takes one outside.
Now Ivan Rodriguez. Pudge 5 out of 19 in this World Series, only 1 RBI. Into center field off the end of the bat and a base hit. Played on 2 hops by Bernie Williams. In the first inning for the Marlins continues. Miguel Cabrera will step to the plate.
Posada setting up outside, and it was off the end of the bat. They have broken his bat. That's a little cut fastball that's thrown away by design. Most of Andy Pettit's cut fastballs will be in on the hands of the right-handed batters, but occasionally he'll go away when he thinks that they're looking inside.
Game 2 of this World Series, Andy Pettit went 8 2/3 innings, allowed no earned runs, 1 run, 6 hits, a walk, and 7 strikeouts in a 6-1 win. Only an error by Aaron Boone, the third baseman, prevented the complete game shutout. Ball 1 to Cabrera. The Marlins have really struggled with left-handed pitching in this postseason, hitting only .212 as a group against lefties. Back to Pettit. Knocks it down. Inning over. A hit, 1 left. Yankees come to bat against 23-year-old Josh Beckett. It's Game 6. No score. Josh Beckett has been phenomenal this postseason. He's back at it in Game 6. The starting lineup for the Yankees brought to you by Citibank. Derek Jeter is leading off. Nick Johnson batting second. Bernie Williams hitting third. Matsui again is cleaning up. Posada batting in the 5-hole with Giambi the DH, Garcia in right, Aaron Boone and Alfonso Soriano down at the other end batting ninth. How about Josh Beckett?
It's hard to believe that he was the losing pitcher in Game 3 because he was bested by Mike Mussina. Poised and intimidating. The improving fastball, a great changeup, usually around 86, 87. And as we discussed in the opening, what's the alternative?
He has never worked on 3 days rest as a starter. That's hammered foul. Jeter up there ready for the first fastball of the night and was a little quick. Beckett worked a complete game shutout in Game 5 of the NLCS, and then with 2 days rest came back and worked 4 innings in Game 7 in Chicago. .95 miles per hour. It's 0-2.
It's a smart pitch. Often when a guy gets good wood on the ball and pulls it foul, he's not looking for that pitch back in there. Beckett doubled up on Jeter.
Opponents only hitting .138 against Josh Beckett in this postseason. Jeter, the only guy to reach Beckett with hits, as a breaking ball has him frozen, knees buckling, 1 out. What a pitch. 2 fastballs. Jeter doesn't agree, and he goes down watching.
Yeah, this ball has a lot of the plate.
2-1 out. The defense for the Marlins brought to you by Citibank. Great up the middle. Castillo and Gonzalez and Pierre out in center. Pierre is flanked by Cabrera and Encarnacion. We talked about it in the first 2 games here. It's a lot to ask of a guy who hasn't played a lot of outfield. And Miguel Cabrera to work that big left field here at Yankee Stadium. A changeup and a swinging strike on Nick Johnson. One ball, 1 strike. Johnson only 5 hits in this World Series, 12 in the entire postseason. In the air to right, did not get his arms extended, and Encarnacion. 2 out. With the bases empty and 2 down, Bernie Williams will be the hitter. This place is packed. Yankee Stadium. Fans making much more noise already than we heard really in Game 1 or Game 2. In Game 1 they said, well, it was a hangover from that Thursday night Game 7 ALCS thriller against the Boston Red Sox. But even in Game 2 it was a more subdued Yankee Stadium. Not anymore. With the bases empty, here's Bernie Williams. What a World Series Bernie Williams has had. Ball 1.
Game 1 here at Yankee Stadium, so anticlimactic that the great author David Halberstam suggested that it's like moving your birthday to December 26th.
Well, it was Christmas around here when the Yankees beat the Red Sox in Game 7. A high strike, a high changeup, and the count's 1-1.
There are very few pitchers, if any, in baseball who have success with a changeup that is that fast. Always around 86, 87.
And now 96 to follow up the 86, 87 mile an hour changeup. Strike 2.
It's much tougher to handle a high fastball from Beckett than it is a ball around the thighs or the knees.
Into left center field. Tailing away from Pierre, and a diving try can't get it. It gets away from Cabrera, and Bernie Williams ends up at second with 2 out.
That ball tailing away from Bernie Williams and tailing away from Juan Pierre. Pierre plays a very deep center field. On that particular ball, it gave him a better chance to make the catch just off the webbing.
You never want to accuse a guy of timing a dive, but he got to a certain point. Pierre slowed down, then had to speed up. So either that ball moved on him at the end, or he thought he was going to get there and just did not. As Matsui takes a fastball for a strike.
When a left-handed hitter hits the ball to left center field, it should be no surprise to a center fielder that the ball's going to tail away from him. know what I think, too, Joe? I think he took a little circular route to get to that ball instead of coming right straight across. Ball did have a lot of hang time.
Matsui could put the Yankees out in front. Into right field, shattered bat, and Encarnacion ends the inning. So a 2-out double. Matsui lines out, and we've played 1 inning. In game 6, Beckett, no signs of wear and tear through a scoreless first. No score after 1. Jeff Conine first up for the Florida Marlins here in the 2nd inning. No score. And that is hit hard, but right at Matsui. 1 out. Tonight's Sprint Virtual Manager question: is it a disadvantage pitching with 3 days rest in the World Series? To answer the question, use your PCS Vision phone from Sprint or log on to foxsports.com. Joining us from down in the seats on a borrowed Sprint phone is John McEnroe. Hi, John.
How you guys doing? It's been a great playoffs. Incredible.
It has been an unbelievable playoff, and now here we are in the World Series in Game 6. Yankees trying to force Game 7. I know you're a New Yorker through and through. First pitch is a strike to Lowell. You've got, well, first we'll ask you the question. Is it a disadvantage pitching with 3 days rest in the World Series? Do you think it's going to bother Beckett?
No, I think I heard you guys mention a couple days ago that Gibson did it in the 7th game of the World Series on 2 days rest, and this guy's 23. So I don't think it's for 3 days, and I think the pressure of being in Yankee Stadium is going to get to him.
Mac, thanks. No balls, 2 strikes. And a breaking ball misses. You're right down there and can obviously yell at the umpire if you choose. You wouldn't do something like that, would you?
No. You know me better than that.
All right, good. John,
the old days I got paid. I got fined. Now I get paid to do it.
Here's a fly ball into right field, slicing into the corner. A fair ball off the wall. Well played by Garcia, but the throw is over Jeter. And it's a 1-out double. John McEnroe, thanks for your time tonight.
Keep up the great work, you guys. Take care.
Thanks, John. Well, the line judge down the right field line tonight is Ed Rapuano. And this is an easy call as Mike Lowell, who had 1 hit against Pettit in Game 2, doubles down the right field line.
So Lowell, who's been struggling, only 3 hits in this World Series prior to that double, is in scoring position for Derek Lee. Lee, 5 hits, 20 at-bats in the World Series. So far, 2 RBIs. Trying to put Florida on top as they try to put the Yankees away tonight. Strike 1. Jack McKeon talked about the importance of scoring early. Getting out on top. Trying to take some of this crowd out of it. Trying to take some of the pressure off Josh Beckett. A chance for the Marlins to do that here in the 2nd. Too far inside, a ball and a strike.
Well, sometimes if you're the following hitter after a guy doubles on a pitch outside against a guy like Andy Pettit, you can guess location the next time up. Pettit has missed twice. I beg your pardon, once with that cut fastball inside. See if he goes back in there.
See if Lee is looking for it. It's upstairs, throw down to 2nd, and Lowell back.
Throw from Posada was low. Nicely handled by Soriano.
Talked about Rodriguez the entire October. Wherever you are on base, you have to be aware of Rodriguez behind the plate. Here's a 2-1 to Lee. Late swing, 2-2. Laura Pettit watching as Andy comes set with a 2-2. 2 out.
So after Mike Lowell doubled on the fastball away, Andy Pettit comes inside with the cutter 5 times in a row to get Derek Lee.
Now it's up to Encarnacion. A 2-out hit by Rodriguez in the first. Cabrera grounded out. A 1-out double by Lowell in the second, and Encarnacion has his chance to chip in. Breaking ball for a strike.
A lot of players refer to that cut fastball as a poor man's slider. In this particular instance, it's a rich man's slider. Wealthier after this winter of negotiating.
Off the hands, and it's 0-2. July 24, 2001, Encarnacion, then with Detroit, hit a tremendous home run into the bleacher seats deep in left center field off Ramiro Mendoza. You don't hit him much farther than that in this stadium. No. He's set up here at 0-2.
You can see Posada using his glove to tell Pettit to look at him because that was a mistake, a high mistake out over the plate. Pettit trying to come inside to Encarnacion. And if you miss with that pitch to this hitter, you must miss inside. He likes to extend his arms.
The World Series on Fox is brought to you by the new Sonicare Elite. Stop rushing, start Sonicare. By non-drowsy, quick dissolving Alivert. By Visa, it's everywhere you want to be. And by the new AOL 9.0 optimized at AOL.com or a retailer near you. The overhead views of the World Series, courtesy of Saturn. Saturn and its retailers hope you're enjoying our coverage of tonight's game. It will be Posada, Giambi, and Kareem Garcia. The 5, 6, and 7 hitters for the Yankees. Going into Game 5, I think Jack McKeon had his mind made up that win or lose, Josh Beckett was going to start this Game 6.
Yeah, he didn't make it public, but I agree with you.
If the Marlins came in here down 3-2, he would have Beckett going on short rest, but he would give himself the best opportunity to win, as opposed to Mark Redmond, who in his last 2 starts, Game 2 of this series, Game 7 of the NLCS, lasted a combined 5 1/3 innings. The only other option was Dontrelle Willis, and he is clearly the best left-handed option for Jack McKeon out of the Marlins bullpen against a team that's got good left-handed hitting.
Yeah, as you stated correctly the other night, 2 days ago, when Dontrelle Willis came into Game 5, that sewed it up. Beckett starting Game 6.
He misses high, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Everybody points to the last 5 postseasons when pitchers on 3 days rest are 6 and 20. But think about it, Josh Beckett hasn't been part of that.
He also only threw 142 innings this season, out with a sprained pitching elbow for 2 months. He's 3-2 on Posada, leading off the second. On the inside corner, 94 miles per hour, 1 out.
Posada complaining about this pitch, but keep in mind that in Game 3, it was a pitch similar to that with the bases loaded that the Marlins complained about. So Posada doesn't get that pitch. That ball looked like it had a piece of the plate. But Posada driving in the first run for the Yankees, and that bases loaded walk. in Game 3.
With one out, nobody on, Giambi takes the ball. The other aspect to it is up 3 games to 2. Jack McKeon says, why would we go in here and just give the Yankees Game 6? We want to have our 2 best options left to win 1 game at Yankee Stadium to win it all. Whether it happens in Game 6 or in Game 7. If there's a Game 7, Pavano will pitch against Mike Mussina, who was the mound opponent for Josh Beckett in Game 3. 2-0 the count on Giambi.
Joe Torre will give Giambi the hit sign 3-0. And Giambi with tremendous power to left center field. He can hit it out of the ballpark anywhere in this stadium.
Not close, a 1-out walk. Tonight's starter for the Yankees, Andy Pettitte. Here are his thoughts on the Marlins starter, Josh Beckett.
I think he thinks he can climb mountains right now. And, you know, hopefully when he steps out on that mound at Yankee Stadium here, you know, it'll be a little bit different. Hopefully we can, you know, the crowd will get to him a little bit, and hopefully our lineup will get to him a little bit, and hopefully we can pull it off. But he's got electric stuff, and he's a great young pitcher, and there's no doubt about it. He's got all the confidence in the world right now.
Coming off that Game 3 start when he got into the 8th, allowed 2 runs and only 3 hits. All 3 hits by Jeter. Here's Garcia. Breaking ball in for a strike. Kareem Garcia 3 out of 11 in this World Series. 7 for 27 in the postseason.
After missing with 4 straight fastballs to Giambi, Beckett comes back with a wicked curveball.
It's 0-2.
Often when a pitcher misses high with the fastball, going to the breaking ball makes him finish his windup or his stretch. And that's what Beckett has done the last 2 pitches to Garcia.
With Ivan Rodriguez, a 31-year-old veteran catcher, calling for these pitches. The 0-2 delivery. Another one, and a ground ball to Castillo. Going to be tough. Out at second, and no chance on a relay. 2 out. 4-6 on the force out.
Castillo knowing who's running. Giambi with the sore left knee. That's why he did not start Game 5. Throwing to the outside of the bag. Nicely done.
So no chance to turn 2 for the Marlins, and the inning will continue for Aaron Boone. We're underway in Game 6, bottom of the 2nd. Yankees got a double in the first by Williams. Matsui lined out. A 1-out walk to Giambi here in the 2nd. He's forced out at second. And Josh Beckett pitching on 3 days rest. Matched up against Andy Pettitte. With the Marlins up 3 games to 2. Boone has been doing a lot of that, swinging and missing. Strike 1.
At similar pitches, fastballs inside. Rodriguez sets up outside. But like Braden Looper did to Boone in an important at-bat in the 11th inning of Game 4, Beckett comes inside.
It's 0-2. Beckett has not given Aaron Boone that mid-90s fastball yet. And he went 3 straight breaking balls with Garcia. Breaking ball stays high, 1 ball, 2 strikes. So you've got a fastball mid-90s, a changeup upper 80s, and a curveball that's 79, 80 miles per hour. Stays inside 2-2. Beckett has shied away from the fastball here in the second inning.
Yeah, the second pitch was a straight change, and then he went to 2 curveballs. Fastball away.
There's the 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and Beckett charging off the mound, screaming at himself after his 3rd strikeout of the night into inning number 3. Marlins bat, no score.
9.
The number 9 man in the lineup for Florida is Alex Gonzalez. He's the shortstop, and he takes a ball low. It'll be Gonzalez, then Pierre, then Castillo. If anybody gets on, Ivan Rodriguez. The Marlins with a win here tonight win the World Series. The Yankees with a win here tonight force Game 7 tomorrow. 1 ball, 1 strike from Pettit. The Marlins as a team hitting .254 this postseason. Off the hand, slow roller. Boone, tough play. Good play. 1 out.
Aaron Boone gave that ball no chance to roll foul. It may have rolled foul had he let it go, but he was playing in and made the play quickly. Sidearm throw to get Gonzalez.
So with 1 out, here's Juan Pierre. The Yankee pitching staff as a group this postseason, a 2.84 ERA. On the heels of a regular season where they ended up 3rd in the American League with a team ERA just over 4. Ball 1 to Pierre, who popped out to short after being grazed by a pitch across the jersey. Tim Welke, the home plate umpire, did not award Pierre first base. Good bender in there for a strike. It's 1-1. Two balls and a strike.
If it were anybody else on either team, with the exception possibly of Soriano, who was hit by a pitch leading off, you'd say, well, you don't know how important it would be. But to Pierre, you know it's important.
Fastball missed, and the count's 3-1. Full count. A 1-out walk. First walk handed out by Pettit tonight. What has Andy Pettit done? Well, he's become the stopper for Joe Torre and Mel Stottlemyre. You look at the numbers, 13-3 this season following a Yankee loss, 11 straight wins, and in his career, the Yankees trailing in a series, a 4-2 record and a terrific 2.17 ERA. 3-0 this postseason. As he looks at Pierre and shows off that very good pickoff move to first.
67 pickoffs since 1995, the most in the major leagues during that time.
Pierre has stolen only 1 base in this World Series. The top 2 guys all we talked about before Game 1 and before Game 2, Castillo and Pierre, they have combined to go 2 out of 4 in stealing bases. Big hole on the right side of the infield. Castillo takes a strike. Got Soriano before that pitch. Now he moves over to his left. Soriano is near the bag. He'll be covering if Pierre takes off, and with Nick Johnson holding against Pierre at first, the right side of the infield is wide open.
It always is with a right-handed hitter up there, but not to this degree. You can see how closely Soriano is at second base. The reason Soriano is covering if Pierre runs is that Pettit throws a lot of fastballs inside that are more apt to be pulled. If he kept the ball away from Castillo, perhaps Jeter would cover.
The third, Boone staggered at the start, and Soriano cannot complete the relay. Don't know with Castillo's speed if Soriano would have been able to turn it, but it would have been close. Soriano could not find the handle. 2 out.
Soriano really never had control of the ball. Pierre made sure. The ball was not hit hard, but Boone was playing in closely. Gives Soriano a good throw at second base. Behind the bag, Soriano can't complete the play.
And so the inning continues. Pettit thought he had the inning-ending double play. Instead, he has to deal with Ivan Rodriguez. The opposite way into right field. Back is Garcia at the wall to end the inning. That short porch in right. Pettit and the Yankees breathe a sigh of relief. We go to the bottom of the third inning. Soriano, Jeter, Johnson coming up. No score. Alfonso Soriano was on the bench for Game 5. Enrique Wilson took his spot. Soriano pinch hit that night, struck out. He's in the lineup with batting in the number 9 position. And a check swing foul into the seats. Soriano with 26 strikeouts this postseason. Been to the plate 68 times.
And if that check swing doesn't indicate what kind of World Series Soriano is having, on the first pitch, a check swing. He is really in between.
Waits on it, base hit into center. The leadoff man is on for the first time tonight.
The best way to get out of that in-between swing is to get a high curveball, a hanger. You can see that little hesitation. That was because of the curve. He was fooled on it, striding, and then regrouping. High curveball.
Now back to the top of the order, Derek Jeter. The Marlins tonight trying to become the first visiting team since the '81 Dodgers. Game 6 of the World Series to clinch a postseason series at Yankee Stadium. Up 3-2. Jeter takes a ball.
That was the first year the World Series had tri-MVPs. Pedro Guerrero, Ron Cey, and Steve Yeager. All good players for the Dodgers.
Check on Soriano, who stole 35 bases during the regular season. He's 5 for 6 trying it in the postseason. Problem is he hasn't been on enough to do more damage on the bases.
There's so many things that Joe Torre could do here. If you had a low ball pitcher, you'd be more inclined to put the hit and run on. But Beckett with a good high fastball, and it's a tough pitch to put the ball in play on the ground.
Jeter with that swing, trying to shoot it to right. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nick Johnson on deck. Joe Torre has been juggling his lineup night after night. And tonight, for 2003, the first look at Jeter in the top spot. Soriano batting 9th. Leading off this inning, Soriano a hit. 2 balls and a strike.
Marlins pitching out, thinking Soriano was going to run. Sometimes you talk a team into hitting and running.
The pitch out makes it 2 balls and a strike.
Right.
See if Soriano takes off here. He's going. Jeter puts it into play. Out at first, down to second. Soriano, 1 away.
That was an interesting play around second base for both Soriano and Castillo. Soriano didn't know whether to keep going to try to get in front of the ball, get to second base in front of the ball, or wait for the ball to go through. That hesitation right there, but he's quick enough to make the slide. Castillo fakes the throw, wanted to go there, but realizes the sure route at first base.
Jeter applauding his work, advancing the runner, and Nick Johnson could put the Yankees on top here in Game 6. The 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Now Ivan Rodriguez will go out and talk. So while they talk, we will remind you can play Hit the Pros presented by Chevy Silverado and face real pitches from today's best hurlers. Log on to foxsports.com, keyword games, Chevy Silverado. It's the right truck. That has plagued the Yankees this entire series. 163 overall with runners in scoring position of the Yankees. It's 3-0. And 1. Beckett, even with interleague play, is pitching tonight for the first time in an American League ballpark. Ball places Yankee Stadium, Game 6 of the World Series. 3-1 to Nick Johnson. 2 on, 1 out.
The Yankees love this situation. They have their hottest hitter up there with 2 men on.
Good breaking ball in for strike 1.
Using the seams for leverage.
Another, it's 0-2.
Beckett has hung some curveballs, not the last two.
Williams checks his swing. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Another curveball.
Two and two. So the first fastball of the at-bat is 1 up and in to Bernie Williams. See if that's a setup pitch for another curveball or a changeup. With a count 2 and 2. Ground ball to second. Castillo out. Double play, and out of the inning is Josh Beckett. We go to the 4th inning of Game 6 here at Yankee Stadium. Yankees just missed their best chance of the night so far. Marlins up 3 games to 2. No score tonight. The World Series on Fox is brought to you by Chevy Silverado. It's the right truck. By Paramount Pictures' new film Timeline opens November 26th in theaters everywhere, rated PG-13. By Sprint, proudly offering picture mail and PCS Vision picture phones. And by MasterCard. There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Beautiful night in New York. Cold here yesterday, but it warmed up in time for Game 6. Miguel Cabrera stands in. Conine and Lowell will follow him. No score, 4th inning. Andy Pettitte has allowed 2 hits. Struck out 3. Deals ball 1. Cabrera with a record 12 RBIs this postseason, the rookie. Looking for his 5th hit and his 22nd at bat in this World Series. One ball, 1 strike. Most RBIs by a rookie in a single postseason. Go back to Willie McGee with the '82 Cardinals. Drove home 10 and had only LCS play and the World Series. And at that point, the LCS was best of 5. As the breaking ball is in for a strike, it's 1-2 on Cabrera.
Fastball away, fastball inside, and now the curveball.
0 for 4 against Pettitte in Game 2 was Miguel Cabrera.
We've said it a number of times, with 2 strikes, he loves to go to right field.
Pettitte gave him a chance on a pitch off the outside part of the plate. Nick Johnson on the double play ball got the left ankle of Gonzalez across the back of his head, ending the 3rd inning. Little ding, but okay to continue. Here comes a 1-2 pitch, and Cabrera is granted time. At Yankee Stadium, when you add extra umpires, 2 extra umpires for the postseason, the guys down the line are, what, 40 feet behind the first and third base umpires?
John McEnroe said they're line judges.
Here's a 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, 2-2. It's Tim Welke behind the plate tonight, and if this series should go 7, Randy Marsh, who was behind the plate in game 1, his turn in the rotation comes up again. The 2-2. He went. Strikeout number 4 for Andy Pettitte.
Andy Pettitte teasing Cabrera with the breaking ball away. And Miguel bites.
He doesn't believe that he did. No. But according to the first base umpire, Randy Marsh, he went too far. Here's Conine. Lined out to left. His first time up, takes the ball. Talked about it every stop during the postseason for Andy Pettitte. You referenced it earlier about the free agent to be. A guy who a few years ago was on the trading block. George Steinbrenner was the guy who put him there, and the baseball people with the organization had to basically talk Steinbrenner out of pulling the trigger on a deal to ship Pettitte out of New York. He was struggling at the time. He isn't now. 1-1 pitch. A little too far inside, ball 2. Coming off a season in which he won 28 games and lost only 8 times. Broken bat, fly ball, Bernie Williams. 2 out. We showed you Nick Johnson getting kicked in the head by Alex Gonzalez last half inning. First base coach Lee Mazzilli is wearing a microphone. Went out to check on Nick Johnson.
Stay down, Nick. Stay down, Nick. Stay down, buddy. Stay down. What happened? Stay down. Stay down. No? Huh? Yeah. What'd you get hit? Yeah. Huh? Where'd you get it? In the head? You got hit in the head.
Oh, you got hit in the head? You got hit in the head.
You got hit in the head.
Got hit in the head. Got hit in the head. Watch Nick get hit in the head. Hit in the head. Strike 1 is into Mike Lowell. Lee Mazzilli, who just... Here's a ground ball in the hole. Jeter, the leap, the throw, what a play.
Why was Mike Lowell not running there?
Wasn't even close at first. Jeter got to it, and like we've seen him do so many times, turning as he jumps up, and the inning is over. No score. Hideki Matsui goes after the first pitch from Beckett. Skies it out to center field, 1 out. That's the way the bottom of the 4th inning begins, and we go back to how the top of the 4th inning ended.
I think what happens sometimes when you get that fastball inside, it kind of stuns you for a second. Mike Lowell running about 80% down to first base.
Jeter, the man who made the play deep in the hole. And in the end, it wasn't even close at first base as Jorge Posada, who struck out his first time, digs in here in the 4th inning. No score, game 6. Marlins up 3 games to 2. Posada. We haven't seen a ton of Josh Beckett fastballs here tonight. He's picked his spots.
Not the overpowering fastball that we saw in game 3.
We won't see one here. Curveball in for a strike. It's 0-2.
Curveball is so tightly wrapped. Very difficult for the hitter to pick that pitch up. Late break to it.
Then the art of not moving the glove or the arm by Rodriguez and just catching it in the edge or in the webbing of the catcher's mitt. Freezing, holding it there for Tim Welke. 0-2 pitch. Change-up misses. 1-2. Giambi on deck. Still 1-2. I looked down at our trivia question tonight and realized that we already discussed the topic, and I've already said the answer to tonight's trivia question.
Yeah, inadvertently.
Inadvertently. It'll be kind of a test, like an open book test. The answer has been given. The 1-2 pitch. Posada strikes out, and that's strikeout number 4 for Josh Beckett. Knowing full well that you don't really listen to what we say here in the booth, and that's okay. I've accepted that. Our MasterCard trivia question: when was the last time the Yankees were eliminated from the postseason at home? If you have TiVo, you can cheat and come up with the answer. You said back in the 2nd or 3rd inning. If not, it's up to your short to midterm memory. With 2 out, nobody on, here is Jason Giambi. And a pop-up, shallow left center field. It's Cabrera who comes in and catches it to end the 4th. Pettit and Beckett not backing down. Back after this from your local Fox station. One to Derek Lee. Lee, Encarnacion, and Gonzalez. 5 hits, 21 at bats. Only 8 RBIs the entire postseason for a guy who drove home 92 during the regular year for Florida. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You're going to get Lee to start looking for that inside pitch. 7 straight pitches inside to Derek Lee from Andy Pettit.
1-2.
And the first curveball of the night to Lee.
Going around the plate, dropping low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Strikeout number 5 for Andy Pettit starts the 5th inning. Tomorrow, Fox NFL Sunday begins with America's #1 pregame show. Then Bill Parcells and the Cowboys face their biggest test when they take on the Bucs. The 49ers take on the Cardinals in an NFC West showdown. Or, of course, other regional action. Coverage begins at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. The biggest stories are in the NFC, and the NFC is on Fox. If necessary, we will be here tomorrow night for Game 7. Encarnacion, ball 1. Struck out his first time. Change up to make it 1-1.
You're going to throw Encarnacion. Anything off speed, you better make it a straight change. He is one of the best curveball hitters in the National League. Loves the rolling curveball.
2-1. Going toe-to-toe. Josh Beckett and Andy Pettit. Beckett 23, Pettit 31. Left side, Boone. 2 out. Boone, who has struggled defensively this postseason and in this World Series in particular, has made 2 very good plays tonight.
Good footwork for the second out.
Johnson there to dig out the throw. 2 out, and Gonzalez, who was the hero in Game 4 with that 12th inning home run off Jeff Weaver, which gave the talk shows in New York plenty to talk about the next day. Digs in. Strike 1. Weaver getting the call that night, pitching a perfect 11th. And then made a pitch on 3 and 2 that Gonzalez just got up and just got out. Andy Pettitte has retired 7 straight. That string ends as Gonzalez is on with a 2-out single. Were you paying attention? It's okay if you want. MasterCard trivia question. The last time the Yankees were eliminated from the postseason at home. 1981. Game 6. World Series with the Dodgers. Tim gave us an interesting tidbit about that series right at the end of that discussion back a couple of innings.
Try MVP.
That's right. Now I remember that. It's Guerrero, Yeager,
and Ron Say.
Gonzalez draws the throw. Alex Gonzalez has not stolen a base all season. With that pickoff look and move by Andy Pettitte, you wouldn't figure it would come here. But if there is a time to run with a guy who's not a power man at the plate, it would be here. Breaking ball in for a strike.
The one thing we have not seen Pierre do in the World Series is what he does often against National League pitchers. Fake a bunt and then drive it past the third baseman who's drawn in.
Just missed, a ball and a strike. And because of that, with Boone in, not that far behind him is Matsui in left.
Matsui now waving to the dugout, trying to get them to tell him one way or the other. Lee Mazzilli moving the outfielders around.
Started to talk about Mazzilli last inning when Lowell grounded out. He will interview for the Baltimore Orioles managerial position at the end of this World Series on a list that includes Eddie Murray. Pierre at the plate with a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Just spoiled. Juan Pierre struck out his first at bat of this postseason. Did that against San Francisco. And since then has struck out only 1 time. An incredible ability to put the bat on the ball.
He struck out only 35 times all year while walking 55 times.
Line drive, base hit. Past the glove of Jeter. Second time that Pierre has reached. And now the Marlins ask Luis Castillo for a big 2-out hit.
Pettitte tries to get inside to Pierre, but fouling off that pitch before gave him new life, and he pushes it right past the diving Jeter. Or if not diving, lunging,
reaching,
yeah, close
stretching.
enough.
Castillo 0 for 2 tonight and 3 out of 23 in this World Series. He hit .314 during the regular season, at the best average of any Marlin hitter. A team that from the 23rd of May on had the best record in baseball. Jack McKeon taking over on the 11th of May. Dontrell Willis came up on May 9th. That's when things started to turn around for this franchise, which has never finished in first place in their division. A little sneak in by Nick Johnson behind Juan Pierre at first. But Perry Hill and Juan Pierre were alert. Strike one.
Good curveball from Pettit. That's what the curve does. It opens up that lane right in here. Good cutter from Pettit.
Pettit just called Posada out to the mound prior to this 0-2 pitch. Now Ivan Rodriguez, the catcher for the Marlins, just crept out of the on-deck circle and shouted something at Luis Castillo. And Castillo loses his necklace. Just got a piece.
Got a piece of the ball and himself. Foul ball hit him on the right foot.
Castillo hitting without his beaded necklace now for the rest of this at bat. Roger Clemens is available if needed in the bullpen, but Andy Pettit has done his job so far. Trying to end this fifth inning right here. Again, in on or under the hands of Castillo, who just got a piece. If Castillo isn't a big RBI man, and he never has been, the guy on deck certainly is. Ivan Rodriguez. Only one hit with runners in scoring position this series for Castillo. Ball one.
So after the curveball, Pettit has tried to come inside 4 straight times to get Castillo.
Castillo, who Jack McKeon has had to single out after games to try to keep him pumped up. Not get down on himself with a chance here in Game 6, 5th inning. Telling us nobody takes failure harder on this team than Castillo. Two and two.
Tried to backdoor him with that breaking ball. Watch Posada set up outside, and the breaking ball misses outside. You can see that left front leg of Castillo still looking for that cutter inside.
Feet are moving all over the place. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 on, 2 out, no score in the 5th. Line drives, a base hit into right. The throw home by Garcia to the plate. Safe, touching the plate and putting the Marlins on top is Gonzalez. 1-0 Florida here in the 5th inning.
What a terrific slide by Gonzalez to the outside edge of the plate. But if you're blocking the plate, you don't have this problem. Posada's out in front of the plate on the throw. The throw is right on the money. And more Major League catchers are doing this, staying outside and trying to reach back, even though in fairness, that ball was to the first base side of home plate. But a great slide by Gonzalez. If you have your left leg over the plate, then it makes it very difficult. The base runner has to slide inside, but you leave that whole plate exposed, and that allows him to do what he did. Fine slide as the Marlins take the lead. If Posada has to reach back just a bit, but if you're on the plate, this doesn't happen. Right there. What a slide by Gonzalez.
And now with the throw home, Pierre goes to third. Castillo's at second, 2 out. And the decision as Pettit has fallen behind Ivan Rodriguez. He has been so clutch the entire postseason for the Marlins. Trying to add to a 1-0 fifth inning lead. The rookie Cabrera's on deck. And there's no doubt that that vacancy at first base is part of the topic of conversation between Stottlemyre and Pettit.
Might add on that play at home plate, that is the toughest play for a catcher, to block the plate. The reason is you don't know where the runner is. You're trying to pick the ball up from right field. You don't know where the runner is, but if he's back on the plate instead of in front of the plate, he's got a better chance to ward him off.
A 2-out hit by Gonzalez. Pierre fought for a hit, and Luis Castillo puts the Marlins on top here in the fifth inning. And now they're going to walk Ivan Rodriguez and work to Cabrera. So an intentional pass here in the fifth inning. Jack McKeon talked about the importance of scoring first. It took until the fifth inning. The Marlins have accomplished that. And now it could be a huge fifth inning if the 20-year-old Venezuelan Miguel Cabrera can come up with something against Pettit. Three singles, now a walk, and here's Cabrera. It was 0 for 6 in this series against Andy Pettit. Ball one high. Great speed on the bases for Florida. And that even includes Ivan Rodriguez, the catcher running at first. Bases loaded, 2 out. 1 ball, no strikes on Miguel Cabrera. 1-1. Jack McKeon will tell you when Cabrera's at the plate, things happen. He doesn't always get a hit, but he hits it to the right spot. Mistakes are made. That's why he inserted him in the cleanup spot in this lineup after the postseason began. Up with a golden opportunity here and set up at a ball and 2 strikes.
Pettit trying to wear him out inside.
That keeps it 1-2. Cabrera's knocked home 12 runs in this postseason, a rookie record that we showed you earlier. It's been a 31-pitch fifth inning for Andy Pettitte. What will pitch number 32 bring here in the fifth?
That was hittable, and Cabrera whacking himself on the helmet after he misses this high cutter right up in his eye. Doink.
It's still 1-2.
So far, this looks like the Castillo at bat. Posada and Pettitte going inside, inside, inside. And then when they went away, Castillo poked it to right for a base hit.
That's a foul ball. So this has been, win or lose in this at bat, a terrific effort by both Pettitte and Cabrera. The 20-year-old Miguel Cabrera just shows you time after time that he is wise and mature beyond his years. In a battle with Andy Pettitte. And Pettitte again calls Posada out to the mound. Florida Marlins, their first year, 1993. Won a world championship in 1997. Losing records every year until 2003. They lead in the series. They lead here in Game 6. Inning over. But the Marlins strike first tonight in Game 6. As they try to end the World Series and win it here tonight. The overhead views provided by Saturn. The team at Saturn hopes you're enjoying this unique look from high above Yankee Stadium and invites you to click on Saturn.com for a look at all new 2004 vehicles. It is the bottom of the fifth inning. It is Kareem Garcia, the number 7 hitter. Aaron Boone and Alfonso Soriano will follow. 1-0 behind Beckett. Line drive, base hit. Past Castillo into right.
Looking fastball and getting it. Just gets it by Castillo. This is a remarkable statistic. The hit by Kareem Garcia is only the 5th hit in 61 at-bats by left-handed batters against the right-handed throwing Beckett in postseason. That's unbelievable.
Now it's Aaron Boone, and we'll see how the Yankees want to play it. In at third is Lowell, expecting a bunt.
I would think the Yankees would be bunting right here early in the count.
Ball 1 from Beckett.
Joe Torre likes to change it once he sees the infielders charging in. The one problem with that with Boone, he's a fly ball hitter. And if you change it, you're not going to get the routine ground ball that you would get out of a guy like Jeter.
Two and 0.
Two curveballs missed to Boone.
Pitch number 57 on the night coming from Josh Beckett, working on 3 days rest. The bunt is perfect. Sacrifice is good, 2-4. Down to second Garcia. Soriano coming up. Here's Josh Beckett and his thoughts on pitching on short rest here in Game 6.
The boss and said, all right, you're going to start Game 6. He came to me the day after my start, and I said, I'm pretty stiff, but let's see how things go tomorrow. I went out and long tossed, called me back in and said, how are you feeling? I said, I'm fine, I'm ready to go. And he said, all right, we're going to go for it then. And that's the right thing to do.
Leading 1-0 in the 5th inning. No runs and only 3 hits allowed. Here's Soriano, who has one of the hits. After the first pitch, he pops it up. Left side for Lowell. 2 out. And now it'll be Derek Jeter with a tying run at second, 2 out.
Rodriguez out to talk to Beckett. I think the Marlins would rather see any other Yankee up there in this situation than Derek Jeter.
And because first base is open, 2 out, Nick Johnson, who has only 5 hits in this entire series on deck. Not to say that they'll walk him,
right,
but they can be careful with Jeter.
Right. Is that a great look from Jeter to Rodriguez?
99th career playoff game for Derek Jeter. Over the 98 plus, an average of over 300. 96 miles per hour, strike 1.
Rodriguez walking back. Great look. Just to say, what are you guys talking about?
First pitch was a high fastball, and Jeter went after it. Tying run at second, 2 out. 1 ball, 1 strike. The struggles for the Yankees with runners in scoring position. Jeter hasn't struggled in this spot. He got Beckett for 3 hits in Game 3. Tonight 0 for 2. Maybe the first time all night that Beckett has thrown 3 consecutive fastballs. And he's behind on the count 2-1 to Jeter. That's Wayne Rosenthal, the pitching coach for Jack McKeon. A breaking ball in for strike 2.
This breaking ball and a fastball count right on the corner.
Which you can do when you don't care if you walk the guy.
Right.
Derek Jeter, a very good 2-strike hitter. Beckett blows a 97-mile-per-hour fastball past his bat. The 23-year-old Josh Beckett, 3 days rest, carries a 1-0 lead into the 6th inning of Game 6. Marlins trying to win it tonight. Well, how is this one going to end? Night after night during the month of October, we have had late inning thrills. We're into the 6th inning now, and the first pitch hit by Conine to Jeter, who throws it into the dirt. First couldn't get it out of his glove, and then threw it short hopping Johnson. And on at first, and what should be an error on Derek Jeter, is Jeff Conine.
Like a pinball machine, bouncing around in there, and now a low throw. Credit Conine running hard from the get-go, but Jeter looking up, and that ball squirts out of his glove, and by the time he makes the throw, it's low and an error on Derek Jeter.
Errors in October are rare for Jeter, and in the World Series even more so. His first in his last 27 World Series games. A check on Conine at first. Talked about the defense for this Florida Marlins team, in particular on the infield. For the Yankees, they were 11th in the American League in fielding percentage during the regular season. Lowell takes a pitch in the dirt. Committed 114 errors as a team. And that error by Jeter is the 13th for the Yankees in October. Marlins have committed 7. That's in the dirt, 2-0. So now Andy Pettitte, who got out of that 5th inning by striking out Miguel Cabrera with the bases loaded after the run scored on the hit by Castillo, has to try and pitch around a leadoff error here in the 6th.
Dangerous situation to Mike Lowell here. He's a good inside hitter.
It's high, it's 3-0.
More than any other Marlin, Lowell likes the ball inside.
What's he doing on 3-0? Taking ball 4, and the first 2 are on. An error, a walk, and that's the 3rd walk handed out by Pettitte tonight.
Interesting situation right here. Derek Lee has struck out twice on cutters down and in. We'll see if the Marlins want to move the runners up. If you do, Encarnacion will probably be walked for Gonzalez, who singled his last time up. Big opening on the left side of the infield. Jeter holding the runner close at second.
Lee is bunting, and he drops it down to Pettitte, who will go to second for 1. On to first, wide and safe is Lee. And the runners end up at first and third with 1 out.
Why'd he go to second, not third? He had an easy play at third base. That way you get the lead runner. But now, with only 1 out, you have runners on at first and third. See, Aaron Boone has to backtrack. Maybe that's why he didn't go. That's the catcher's call, because the pitcher's back is to the infield. Ball right back to him. Aaron Boone had to make his decision right away, but clearly the play was at third, not at second.
Now it's Encarnacion with first and third, 1 out. Conine at third. Lee on at first. And Encarnacion trying to add to a 1-0 6th inning lead for Florida. Oh for 2 tonight is Encarnacion. Strike 1. Pettitte has struck out 6. A check on Lee, who almost was caught by Andy Pettit wandering.
You could hear Perry Lee, or I beg your pardon, Perry Hill, the first base coach, saying, back, back, back.
Crowd trying to get back into it. Encarnacion with a chance here in the 6th. That's a foul ball. And it's 0-2. Crowd standing, hoping for Pettit's 7th strikeout of the night. Ball 1.
Posada almost hyperextending his left shoulder, reaching for this ball. Fine play by Posada. Keep in mind he's trying to get Pettit to keep the ball down, and you could see that grimace on Pettit's face. Clearly an overthrown fastball.
Right below the booth, still 1-2. Last inning, when the Marlins got the first run and only run of the night, they fouled away 7 pitches with 2 outs and 2 strikes. That hitting approach, Castillo finally broke through with a base hit through the right side. Now Encarnacion battling Pettit. And a little flare into right center field. Garcia will make the grab. Tagging is Conine. Coming to the plate, it's 2-0 Florida. A sac fly by Encarnacion, and the Marlins double their lead in the 6th. The error comes around to haunt the Yankees. An error by Jeter to start this inning on a ground ball by Conine.
That looked like a changeup to Encarnacion that he lifted into right center field. Garcia's throw is late. Sometimes a third baseman will try to get in the way of the guy tagging at third base. He'll get in line with the outfielder throwing the ball to try to confuse him, to throw his timing off. That's his routine as in baseball, as double plays. That appeared what Boone was trying to do there, but no chance to get Conine.
Now it's Alex Gonzalez who singled and scored the run back in the 5th inning. A 2-out rally. A bunt, third base side. Boone was playing back, base hit. So Gonzalez is 2 for 3, and the inning continues for Pierre.
This inning turned around when Andy Pettit failed to go to third base on that bunt play. Had he done that, and it's not a sacrifice fly, the runner's on at first and third, and then of course you still have to cope with the Gonzalez bunt. But this inning could have been turned around, and the Marlins perhaps wouldn't have been able to score had Pettit gone to third with that bunt instead of second.
So Mel Stoudemire will come out and talk as Jeff Nelson gets loose for the Yankees in their bullpen. Last inning, a 2-out rally, a hit by Gonzalez. Pierre, a line drive hit up the middle. Castillo, a battle and a base hit through the right side. Then after an intentional pass, Cabrera struck out with the bases loaded. Here in the 6th, an error, a walk, a force out at second instead of third, a sac fly, and now a bunt base hit. And here's Juan Pierre. Pierre has driven in 3 runs in this World Series. Lee, the lead runner at second. Gonzalez on at first, 2 out. Strike one.
That was perfectly done by Gonzalez, catching Aaron Boone back. Guy points at bat right down the first baseline. No chance for Boone.
Dier drove home 41 runs during the regular season. Has 7 in the postseason. That's off the plate and foul for strike 2. It'll be the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for New York in the bottom of the 6th inning. And Jeter is still muttering to himself after the error which started this inning. A strikeout of Juan Pierre. Those are rare. Andy Pettitte gets his 7th of the night, but the Marlins tack one on. An unearned run in the inning. Conine scoring after reaching on the error by Jeter. It's 2-0 Florida. All eyes are on 23-year-old Josh Beckett, pitching for the first time ever on 3 days rest. Worked on 2 days rest in Game 7 of the NLCS and pitched 4 big innings for the Marlins at Wrigley. First pitch is a strike to Nick Johnson. Cast members of That 70s Show: Mila Kunis, Danny Masterson, Wilmer Valderrama. That 70s Show premieres Wednesday night, 8 Eastern, 7 Central, right here on Fox. The 0-1 pitch. Johnson hits it in the air to right center field. Encarnacion hauls in out number 1. The number is only 65 pitches for Beckett. As he works in the 6th inning, he's allowed just 3 hits.
Arguably the biggest pitch he made was when Bernie Williams was last up. Runners on at first and second. Scoreless game at the time. And with 1 out, Bernie Williams grounded into a 4-6-3 double play.
Here's Bernie with 1 out, nobody on in the 6th. Matsui on deck. A foul ball, it's 0-2.
The last 26 and a half innings, the Yankees have been ahead an inning and a half.
The young starters for the Marlins stepping up in this series: Pavano, Penny, and of course Beckett. In for strike 3, strikeout number 6 for Beckett.
What a curveball right here. Tightly wrapped on the outside part, and after 2 fastballs, Williams has no chance.
Now to bring in Hideki Matsui. The score is only 2-0 Florida, but it doesn't feel that close because of the pitching of Beckett. Fastball for a strike. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. In 1999, the Yankees were in the middle year of winning 3 consecutive World Championships. In 1999, Josh Beckett, the man on the mound, was graduating high school. A chance for a 1-2-3 inning against Johnson, Williams, and Matsui.
With his eyes set on being another Roger Clemens.
Making these Yankee hitters look bad as he goes through the lineup time after time. 7 strikeouts. 6 shutout innings in the books for Josh Beckett. 2-0 Florida after 6. Back after this from your local station. Andy Pettitte back to work, 7th inning. First pitch. Castillo, who drove home the first run of the night, takes high for ball 1. Castillo fell behind with 2 on and 2 out in the 5th inning. Down in the count, 0-2, battled and got the base hit through the right side. He takes low, it's 2-0. Andy Pettitte could not pitch around an error to start the inning last inning. And with Rodriguez and Cabrera to follow, here comes a 2-0 pitch to Luis Castillo. Marlins up, 2-zip. That's a strike, 2-1. Marlins took game 1. The Yankees behind Pettitte won game 2. Behind Mike Mussina, it was a game 3 victory for the Yankees down in Florida. That's caught on the line by Boone, 1 out. The Marlins have won the last 2 games of this series and lead tonight in game 6, 2-0.
Aaron Boone playing shallow. Had he not been playing shallow, that might have been a very difficult hop, but he's playing shallow for the bunt and catches it before it hits the ground.
So the leadoff man retired, and Ivan Rodriguez steps in. Back to Pettitte. 2 out. Miguel Cabrera will come to the plate. The Carolina Mudcats, the Marlins Class AA affiliate. Miguel Cabrera played there for 69 games this season. Hit .365 before being called up to the majors on June 20th. And in his first game with the Marlins in the big league club, won a game in the 11th inning with a home run. Just a glimpse of what was to come for a guy who's driven in 12 runs this postseason. Takes it back to a breaking ball for a strike.
That was a walk-off home run on June 20th. Only the 3rd major leaguer to do it in his debut. Pretty nice debut.
He's hit 4 home runs this postseason. One big home run against Roger Clemens in this World Series. Lined into right, and the top of the 7th inning is history. The Yankees will have Posada, Giambi, and Garcia coming up. We are going to stay here at Yankee Stadium as Ronan Tynan again makes his entrance and will perform for us all. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise and please offer a moment of silent prayer as we remember the service men and women who are stationed around the globe, and also remember those who have lost their lives defending our freedom and our way of life. Please direct your attention now to the microphone behind home plate and welcome world-renowned Irish tenor Ronan Tynan. He will now sing God Bless America.
While the storm clouds gather far across the sea, let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair as we raise our voice
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home sweet. Oh, God bless America, my home sweet home.
The World Series on Fox is brought to you by Bud Light. For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. We at Fox Sports have partnered with Saturn to bring you aerial views of tonight's game. Saturn and its retailers hope you're enjoying our coverage. The 2003 World Series is this crowd begging, pleading with the Yankees to get something done against Beckett. Facing elimination here tonight is Mariano Rivera. Gets loose here in the bottom of the seventh. 2-0 Florida. Up 3 games to 2 in this World Series. Posada, 1 ball, 1 strike from Beckett. Beckett has only thrown 74 pitches tonight. Working on 3 days rest. The inability of the Yankees to make Beckett go deep into counts. Posada lashes one fair into left field. He will round first, head for second, and make it with a leadoff double.
I believe that was a changeup. Watch how Posada slows the bat down and goes the other way. It was a changeup. Posada with his body out in front hits it the other way. That's a fine piece of hitting by Jorge Posada.
Now Giambi. Tying run at the plate for New York in the 7th. Strike 1, 96 from Beckett. One ball, 1 strike. Garcia and Boone to follow. Pretty good rip by Giambi. It's 1-2. Coming into this game, there were no restrictions on Beckett. No magical pitch counts. Jack McKeon saying if Beckett was effective, he can go all 9. Only 78 pitches as we play here in the 7th. The opposite way. Lowell makes the play, 1 out. Giambi fails to advance the runner. Standing at second is Posada. 1 out.
If the Marlins played Jason Giambi like most American League clubs did, that would have been a base hit, because the third baseman Mike Lowell would have been in the shortstop position.
That's a great point. And we've seen infields overload to the right side of the diamond. But with the runner at second, Posada, Lowell is in a rather typical third base position and makes the play easily. Giambi rarely goes that way. Now it's Kareem Garcia. 1 for 2 this evening. He's had pretty good hacks against Beckett tonight, a guy who started the season in Buffalo, AAA for Cleveland. Ruben Sierra has come into the on-deck circle with Boone the next scheduled hitter. And Rivera getting ready in the bullpen, so Joe Torre isn't going to wait around. Garcia now, Sierra next.
Rivera may be the pitcher if the Yankees fail to score here at the bottom of the 7th.
I think so.
You know, he goes 2 innings, try to keep. He's the best man to keep the Marlins from scoring again. And then with that, Joe Torre probably hoping that the Yankees can muster something over the next 2 2/3 innings.
Josh Beckett's parents watching their 23-year-old pitch with a 7th inning lead here in game 6, 2-0. The curveball makes it 0-2. One ball, 2 strikes. Looked like Beckett overthrew the changeup, and then he overthrew the fastball, and the edge is lost. It was 0-2. Garcia, no home runs this postseason, 11 with the Yankees during 2003. Full count.
3 in a row. This is the first time that Beckett has gone away from what got him here. Opening up too quickly, trying to throw the ball through a brick wall instead of taking a step back.
Got him. 2 out. 8th strikeout for Josh Beckett.
Kareem Garcia, along with everybody else, looking for the fastball, and he didn't get it. 3-2. Breaking ball. Breaking ball. Now he's in the hole 0-2. That's the pitch Joe was talking about. Fastball misses. The 2-2 breaking ball is high. Blocked it.
Garcia and the Yankees believing even though it was a breaking ball, it was still too high. And now batting for Aaron Boone is Ruben Sierra.
There's a lot to be said, Joe, for the points you brought up earlier. The way the ball is received, how softly it's received. And Rodriguez, as good as there is.
Ruben Sierra now the tying run at the plate, takes a blazer, 96 miles per hour, strike one. A leadoff double by Posada. He has not budged. A changeup to make it 0-2. Sierra with that 2-out, 2-run triple in the 9th inning in Game 4. Tied it. He's out in front here. Another changeup, and it's still 0-2. This game is only in the 7th. The Yankees got a leadoff double. Giambi did not pull Beckett, advance the runner. Garcia struck out. And it's 0-2 on Ruben Sierra. Inning over. Another strikeout for Josh Beckett. The 23-year-old on 3 days rest, rolling in Game 6. Marlins lead in the series, lead in the game, 2-0. Andy Pettitte is finished, went 7, allowed 2 runs, 1 earned. That's it. 6 hits, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts, but it's the pitching of Josh Beckett that is the difference tonight. Sierra stays in the game, he's in right. Enrique Wilson comes into the game to take over for Aaron Boone defensively. He's at 3rd and batting 7th. And here's Mariano Rivera trying to just keep it a 2-0 game. But this time it's his team that's on the short end. Conine hits it foul outside 3rd. It's 0-2.
Joe Torre telling us before the game tonight that he hopes Mariano Rivera's tongue is hanging out after tomorrow night's game. Kidding, of course, because if he gets that out of Rivera, he knows that the Yankees would have a chance to win tomorrow night. But right now, tough hill to climb. That's understating it.
No balls, 2 strikes. Conine hits it back to Rivera. 1 out. Conine 0 for 4 tonight. And we asked the Sprint Virtual Manager question, is it a disadvantage pitching with 3 days rest in the World Series? 52% of you say no, and the work done by Josh Beckett tonight would support it. 3 days rest. Tim mentioned over the last 5 postseasons, starters going on 3 days rest, 6-20 with an ERA of 5.93. But Josh Beckett isn't in that pool. Josh Beckett has gone 7, allowed no runs on 4 hits, and struck out 9. Two and 0. Steve Lyons.
Hey guys, Marlins owner Jeffrey Loria, when he comes to the ballpark here in Yankee Stadium, doesn't sit behind home plate with Billy Crystal or Sarah Jessica Parker. He sits in the seats that he's owned here since 1997, his own seats that he keeps for himself and his family. Incidentally, he said he took a lot of heat about those striped shirts that he was wearing in Florida, so he said he's going to go a little more conventional now and see if they can nail this thing down in Game 6 here in New York.
Steve thanks. 2 balls and a strike on the hitter Lowell. So when the Yankees sent out the bills for postseason tickets, Loria sent in his money, and little did he know, his Marlins would be here playing the Yankees, and tonight he'd be sitting there with a chance to see his Marlins win the World Series. 3 balls and a strike now from Rivera to Mike Lowell. Hard hit off the glove of Enrique Wilson, and Mike Lowell is on with 1 out here in the 8th.
Third time of the night that Mike Lowell has been on. A tough play for Wilson. He does keep it on the infield off the heel of the glove. Has not been scored yet, but a very difficult play. Even if he comes up with it, I don't think he throws Lowell out, and it has properly, in my view, and scored a hit.
So 1 on 1 out for Derek Lee. Rivera misses inside, ball 1. Lee 0 for 3 tonight. It was Derek Lee's bunt back to Andy Pettit in the 6th inning with 2 on and nobody out. That will cause a lot of conversation after tonight's game. It was bunted hard back to Pettit. Instead of flipping it over to third base to get the lead runner, he went to second base. Here's the bunt. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Yankees were down 1-0 at the time, and instead of going to third, he went to second. Yankees could not turn the double play. It ended up first and third, and what followed, a sac fly to right by Encarnacion to make it 2-0. So the visit by Stottlemyre is finished. We'll tell you the new MLB Authentic Collection, performance batting practice jerseys, and caps are here. Now anyone can get them. Just visit MLB.com. 2 balls, no strikes on Derek Lee.
Little capper on that bunt play the last time Derek Lee was up. If the Yankees were thinking about double play, Lee runs too well to be doubled on a ball like that. Too much to do. So once again, the play was to third base.
On the inside corner, 2-2. Runner goes. That's foul. Since 1982, 8 times a team has come home down 3-2. And 7 of those 8 times the home team has come back to win games 6 and 7. Up 3-2. The Marlins lead here in game 6, 2-0 in the 8th. Lee strikes out, 2 out.
Going after a ball, but it's very difficult to determine whether it's a strike or a ball against Rivera. Ball is on top of you in a hurry. What an odd situation to see Mariano Rivera out there with the score 2-0 against the Yankees.
The Yankees in the bottom of this 8th will have Soriano, Jeter, and Nick Johnson. If anybody gets on, Bernie Williams. The bullpen for the Marlins is quiet, as you would expect, the way Josh Beckett is pitching. Encarnacion takes a ball. A sac fly for Encarnacion back in the 6th. One ball, one strike. Andy Pettit threw 106 pitches while he was in there. Allowed only 1 earned run in 7 innings. That's to the shortstop, Jeter. A flip to Soriano, and game 6 goes to the bottom of the 8th. The Marlins try to win it all here tonight. Lead behind Josh Beckett, 2-0. The World Series on Fox is brought to you by City Cars. by the new Chevy Malibu. Your private Malibu showing starts at ChevyMalibu.com. By Sprint, proudly offering picture mail and PCS Vision picture phones. And by Subway, good so you don't always have to be. Subway, eat fresh. Coming into this game, the Yankees were hitting .275 as a team in this World Series. However, with runners on, only .195. Tonight with runners on, 0 for 10. Soriano first up, base hit. And a good start to the 8th inning for New York.
So you say, but it was a good start to the 7th inning for New York when they doubled. But now they've got the different part of the lineup with Jeter, Johnson, and Bernie Williams. The 8th inning was the inning that the Yankees tied the Boston Red Sox 9 days ago. They scored 3 in the 8th. They won it in the 11th.
Jeter 0 for 3. Action starts for the Marlins out in their bullpen. It's Jeter now, Nick Johnson on deck. It's the rookie Dontrelle Willis getting loose. We talked about Jeffrey Loria as Wayne Rosenthal, the pitching coach, comes out to talk. Jeffrey Loria wanted to make a change in May. At one point, this Marlins team was 10 games under the 500 mark. It was the traveling secretary, Bill Beck, who at one point was an assistant general manager for Jack McKeon in San Diego, who said, if you want a guy who's turned around a few franchises, there's a guy in North Carolina playing with his grandkids. Jack McKeon, look at his track record. Look at what he did in Kansas City. Look at what he did in San Diego. Look at what he did in Cincinnati. From May 23rd on, this Marlins team put together the best record in baseball. They're 6 defensive outs away from winning the World Series. But the Yankees have the right bats coming up. Jeter hammering after a 2-0 pitch. Urbina and Dontrelle Willis. Full count. 94-mile-an-hour fastball from Beckett as he approaches the 100 pitch mark.
Because of the hitter, I think you send the runner here. Jeter is a guy who makes contact. Soriano with great speed. The one thing you can't be is picked off in this situation.
Jeter hits it in the air to center for Juan Pierre. Now 0 for 11 with runners on are the Yankees here in Game 6. 1 on, 1 out, and Nick Johnson coming up.
And Soriano wasn't running then. It's a moot point since Jeter flies out. Perhaps Joe Torre wanted Jeter to get a good look at it. He did, hit it fairly well, but hauled in by Pierre.
Nick Johnson has hit only 1 home run the entire postseason and 14 during the regular season. He has 5 hits and 16 at-bats in this World Series. Tonight 0 for 2 with a walk. Ball 1.
Beckett lost his footing around the mound. That ball stayed up and away, and now Josh doing a little gardening. Watch him slip. It appeared his left foot. Yep, his left foot almost came out from under him. And he completed the pitch, so a balk wasn't called.
Fastball for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bernie Williams waits to hit next. Ground ball, Castillo, it comes up for him. 4-6-3 double play. And Beckett and the Marlins are through 8. We go to the 9th inning of Game 6. Marlins up 3 games to 2. They lead it 2-0. Mariano Rivera deals inside a 93-mile inning of Game 6. Ball 1 from Rivera. Gonzalez got on with a 2-out hit back in the 5th inning and scored on a 2-out RBI by Luis Castillo. And Wayne Rosenthal with intense instruction and I'm sure encouragement for Josh Beckett as they are quiet now in the Marlin bullpen. That's into left center field off the bat of Gonzalez and caught by Bernie Williams. You look at a graphic of the most world championships, professional sports all time. The Yankees with 26. The Florida Marlins are in their 11th season. They won it in '97. They gutted the team the next year, and they are back as the wild card entry in the National League. With 1 out, Pierre takes the ball. Florida trying to become the 3rd wild card team to win it all in the last 7 years. They battled the Philadelphia Phillies in September and ended up 4 games better than Houston as that bunt rolls foul. And they won the wild card. They have never finished first, yet they are 3 defensive outs away from their 2nd world championship. The Yankees in the bottom of the 9th inning will have the heart of their lineup. Bernie Williams, Hideki Matsui, and Jorge Posada. Tonight 0 for 12 with runners on are the Yankees at the plate against Josh Beckett. One and 2. Just able to get a piece on an awkward swing is Juan Pierre.
That has almost become a routine swing against Rivera. by left-handed batters who just chews you up inside.
Struck out for only the third time this postseason, his last time up. There's Pierre again, just getting a piece of it. You think about these Marlins in the division series. Game 2, they were down 4-1 in the 5th inning to San Francisco. They came back to win it. Game 3, down 3-2. Came back to win in the 11th inning. That is a bunt foul, and that's a strikeout. 2 out.
So Pierre, futile in trying to hit that cutter inside, fouls it off, and he's a strikeout victim.
NLCS, the Marlins were down 4-0 after 1 inning in Game 1 at Chicago. Came back to win that game 9, 8, and 11 innings on the home run by Lowell off the bench. Down 3-0 in the 8th inning, Game 6. They came back with 8 in the 8th. Lost a lead, then fought back. Took the lead in Game 7 and hung on. Josh Beckett throwing 4 innings in Game 7 that night in Chicago. And now Beckett and these Marlins lead 2-0 in the 9th inning of Game 6. Castillo lines to Jeter, and that sets the stage for the bottom of the 9th inning. The Yankees fighting, trying to make this series continue tomorrow night. The Marlins 3 outs away from a World Series title behind Beckett, leading 2-0 here at Yankee Stadium. Josh Beckett back to work. And what work he has given this Marlins team. The franchise, their fans here tonight in Game 6. Pitching on 3 days rest. Out there with a chance to finish what he started tonight with Williams, Matsui, and Posada. The 3, 4, and 5 hitters coming up. They talk about the ghosts of Yankee Stadium. All the magic under Joe Torre. And many years before Joe Torre. Do they have anything left? Ball 1. .100 pitches on the night from Beckett. To the right side and foul. 1 ball, 1 strike.
The last 1+ innings, the Yankees have hit the ball better against Beckett than they did at any other time. Even the fly ball by Jeter, the double play ball by Johnson, and the single by Soriano. Well struck.
Williams goes the opposite way, and it's Cabrera. Back to get it 1 out. The Marlins are 2 outs away. Matsui walks in. There have been 18 complete game shutouts in clinch games in World Series history. The last one you were there, 1991, and Jack Morris.
10-inning game won by Gene Larkin with the outfield and infield drawn in the 10th inning.
Strike 1 on the outside corner to Matsui.
And the Metrodome in Minneapolis went bananas.
Matsui into left field. Cabrera back a few, 2 out. Now the Marlins are 1 out away. Josh Beckett 1 out away from what is right now a 5-hit shutout. Jorge Posada, the last hope for the Yankees here in the 9th inning, trying to extend it. If he can, Giambi waits to hit next. An incredible ride for this Florida Marlin franchise since they came in '93. Swinging at the first pitch and fouling it back. Posada, strike one.
May have been ball one, too. We talked about it many, many times. About taking that first pitch when you're down by more than one in the 9th inning. Non-existent in this day and age.
Two out, bases empty. Josh Beckett. 1 ball, 1 strike. The exuberance of being an expansion franchise in '93, winning it '97, gutting the team the next season. They've had only 2 winning seasons, '97 and 2003. Trying to win it all again. Posada, slow roller right side. Beckett picks it up, tags Posada, and the Florida Marlins are world champions. The Marlins have stunned the Yankees, shocked New York, and this improbable team, improbable ride, they end up on top, winning in 6 games over the Yankees.
And all that's left in this historic stadium is ghostly silence.
Marlins celebrate in the middle of the field, and in the middle of that celebration is Josh Beckett. And what an incredible performance here tonight. They talk about 3 days rest. Jack McKeon said, we are going for it in game 6. We're not going to wait around. They hand the ball to Beckett, and the 23-year-old took care of the rest.
He's one of the big reasons they were in the World Series, and one of the big reasons they won the World Series.
A 5-hit shutout. And that stunned look all over Yankee Stadium. Whether it's Brian Cashman, the general manager, or the Yankees that still remain in the dugout, it's the Florida Marlins that end up winning it. And for the first time since 1981, a series ends here at Yankee Stadium, and it's not the Yankees who win it. Jack McKeon, the 72-year-old manager, Dontrell Willis, those 2 guys injected life into this franchise in mid-May. Jack McKeon winning his first championship ever, and it comes after getting a call to his home in North Carolina, playing with the grandkids, and he said, what the heck? We'll take a shot, and he turned this franchise around.
He went from playing with the grandkids to managing the kids in Florida.
A historic performance by Josh Beckett. And how did it end? With a ball in his glove. It was all in his hands tonight. And the tag of Jorge Posada, Beckett, and the Marlins are world champions. Ivan Rodriguez, how many times with the Rangers had he been frustrated by the Yankees? Juan Pierre sprinting in to join the celebration. Let's go down to Steve Lyons. Steve.
All right, guys, with Pudge Rodriguez down here. Pudge, you signed a 1-year deal with this contract. Is there any way you could have known what would happen when you signed that deal?
Well, you know, I just came here to do my best, and and we work hard in spring training, you know, day in and day out, you know, since the morning, and pay up tonight. You know, this is a great series. You know, the Yankees are a great team, and but we play better.
Talk about what Josh Beckett did tonight, the kind of adjustments you guys had to make coming back on 3 days rest. It looked like he threw a few less changeups until later on in the ballgame.
Well, you know, Josh throwing a great game. I told him in the car, you're going to pitch a hell of a game tonight, and he did it. You know, he got a great fastball today, good changeup, good breaking ball, and man, you know, he did a great job. I know you need to take a little bit of time and enjoy this, but what uniform are you going to be wearing next year? I don't know. I'm going to enjoy this moment, you know. Hey, I wait 12 years to get into this position right here, and I did it finally. Thank Jesus.
All right, congratulations. You're a world champion. Tim, Joe?
Steve, thanks. And I know you have the utmost respect for the job that Ivan Rodriguez did behind the plate, leading this young pitching staff, guiding them through the playoffs. At the age of 31, he has taken that next step, and he is the leader that these Marlins were looking for on the field, providing so much for Jack McKeon's club.
A man who, with the Texas Rangers, had lost 9 out of 10 to Joe Torre's Yankees. And speaking of Joe Torre's Yankees, what was made public between Joe Torre, George Steinbrenner, all year long. Don Zimmer telling us before the game he will not return next year as Joe Torre's lieutenant, saying that the reason, George Steinbrenner.
Don Zimmer has been the right-hand man for Joe Torre since Joe Torre got here in 1996. Frustrated with the way that he has been treated around here. And he has said, I know he told you before the game, he's not retiring.
Right.
He wanted to make that clear, but he will not be back on the bench with Joe Torre.
Saying that he wanted to be treated like a human being over the last 10 months, and he has not been, and that's why he will not be returning in a Yankee uniform.
Steve Lyons is standing by with more. Steve?
All right, with Jeff Conine. And Jeff, you're the only member that was here in 97. You're back for this one. How much sweeter is this one?
I don't know. They're all sweet, but to come into a house like this and watch a performance like Josh Beckett gave tonight is just, it's unbelievable, really is.
You've called this clubhouse a bunch of young, crazy, off-the-wall guys, but is this the most fun you've ever had?
Ever. Most fun ever. I mean, even today, just on the bus right in here, we're joking and cutting it up in the clubhouse, and these guys just don't know pressure, and they showed it tonight.
Everybody talks so much about what Jack McKeon was able to do when he took over this club, but for the stretch run was the same time that you came back to this club. Tell us a little bit about the influence you had on this team down the stretch.
Well, I struggled at first couple weeks I was here. I struggled pretty badly, but you know, we started playing the Phillies when it really started counting for the wild card, and I was so happy that I could make contributions to the team to help us get there. And then just, you know, it's just a total team effort. This team, everybody chipped in.
All right, congratulations. You're probably feeling like a kid yourself now. All right, guys, back to you.
An emotional time for these Yankees. Tears in the dugout on the New York side, and tears of joy for the Florida Marlins. It's for the second time they play in their 11th season. The Florida Marlins and their fans can celebrate a World Series title. The Taco Bell postgame show is coming up on the other side of this break. South Florida celebrating. In 6 games, the Marlins defeat the Yankees 4 games to 2. Back with more after this. Welcome back to the Taco Bell postgame show here at Yankee Stadium, and live with Joe Torre is Kevin Kennedy.
Thanks, Joe. Joe, this is a very emotional game, obviously an emotional postseason altogether, going back to Game 7 with the Red Sox. What did you say to your ball club inside?
Well, I just thanked them. I mean, they left their hearts out on the field. Andy Pettit pitched a terrific game, but Josh Beckett was that much better. I mean, that kid showed that he's going to be a great one down the road if he's not there already.
Don Zimmer said this is your greatest job of managing with all the scrutiny and the pressure that you've gone through. And Don has told us prior to the game that he won't be back. Give me your feelings on that.
Well, you know, hopefully when emotions quiet down and, you know, this thing is a few days old or a couple of weeks old, we can talk about it. But the 8 years I've been here, we wouldn't have been as successful, you know, without Zim. I mean, he gave me a lot of experience that I didn't have going into this thing. and it's tough. I mean, it was an emotional year, and as I say, this game, everybody busted their tail. We had a couple of opportunities, and nobody let up.
How about the performance of the Marlins? Everybody found out in the world what this club is all about. They've been resilient from the wild card to the beating the Cubs and the Giants, and then finally getting to you guys.
Yeah, they certainly didn't surprise anybody because you had a chance to witness what they did against San Francisco and going into Chicago's Wrigley Field and doing what they did. So we certainly were aware of what kind of heart they have, and I want to congratulate Jack McKeon. I mean, he did a great job making these kids believe in themselves, and he waited a long time. I thought I waited a long time. He waited a lot longer.
Joe, thanks so much for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck. Jeannie, back to you.
Thanks, Kevin. Well, the wild ride for the wild card Marlins ends right here. I'm surrounded by Jeffrey Lurie. We have David Sampson, Larry Beinfest, Joel Mail, and Jack McKeon. Congratulations. And oh yeah, the Commissioner of Baseball, Bud Selig, with a lovely parting gift, I might add.
Thank you very much, Jeannie. Well, Jeff, Larry, Jack, David, it is my pleasure to present the Commissioner's Trophy to the 2003 World Champion Florida Marlins. A wonderful job, well done, Jack. The best record in Major League Baseball since May 15th. To all those wonderful fans in South Florida and to all of the entire organization, congratulations. You are the world champions.
Pass the trophy around. Jeffrey, I just have to ask you.
I'd like to say something.
Yeah, you got it. You can respond.
I'd like to first say something about this trophy, which belongs in great part to our team. The magical ride that they gave the fans of South Florida has been incredible. We have an incredible organization, starting with Jack and everyone in our organization. The fans of South Florida have been terrific. And finally, I would like to thank the Yankees for their hospitality and the incredible challenge that they put up. They are a class organization.
And what a fight your team put up. You traveled through a land of giants. You survived a curse, corralled a goat, stared Mystique and Aura right in the face. Incredible that you're standing here. Maybe one of the best-kept secrets in baseball this season, but you saw this coming.
Well, we thought in spring training we had a pretty good team, and it seemed to have worked out for us.
When you left Montreal, though, could you have imagined this?
I don't even want to think about that. I just want to think about today and the excitement that these players have brought all our fans and all of baseball.
Okay, why don't we grab Jack McKeon up here if we can get him back up here, the big hug. Actually, Jack is escorting Josh Beckett up to the stage, who is the MVP of the 2003 World Series. Josh, if you have a moment, the Commissioner of Baseball has a few words for you.
Well, Josh, I want to congratulate you. You've been selected very obviously as the most valuable player in the 2003 World Series. And your accomplishments are remarkable. You're the youngest pitcher to win in the last 18 years. First pitcher to pitch a complete game since Jack Morris did it. And your achievements were truly outstanding. Congratulations on a very well-deserved Most Valuable Player award.
Thank you. Incredible postseason, incredible World Series for Josh Beckett, who seemingly came out of nowhere. So much made out of 3 days rest. Watching you tonight, I felt confident you could go tomorrow if you had to.
It's all part of conditioning, and I think I conditioned myself well enough to come back and compete on 3 days rest, and I was just fortunate enough. God blessed me with one last good game for the year, and here it is. And this is a tribute to my teammates and Pudge. He did a great job today, and my manager Jack pushing us all year. So this is just for my team.
All right, congratulations. Let's get your manager up here, shall we? We're talking about retirement. I think it's safe to say you've retired the Yankees for 2003.
Well, it was a great series. The Yankees are a great ball club, and Josh Beckett did a tremendous job despite the fact that he did it on 3 days rest.
Are we still talking about that?
I'm not. I said he could do it. A lot of people doubted it, but maybe they'll be quiet.
I think they'll
for a
let you
while.
go on this one now. The second guessing will stop for going from on 3 days rest.
Yeah.
All right, as we second guess your future, everyone knows that your contractual status. I think you're out of work right now, quite honestly.
Well,
but what's the future hold for you?
I don't know, really. I just want to say I want to thank my players and my coaches and the organization. They did a tremendous job. These guys are special, and how could you leave a group of guys like this? They're just wonderful people. They did an outstanding job. And look at that. They all want to give us some music.
Yeah, the party is starting. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
We'll send it from down here in the winning clubhouse. Back up to you, Joe.
All right, Jeannie, thank you very much. Mike Whitty has been joining us and shows us the cartoons that he put together for tonight's game. Beckett Play earns rave reviews. A fish flood here in New York. Mike Whitty, thank you so much for joining us during this 2003 World Series. Fish, splash, and a celebration in South Florida. With less than one-third the payroll behind 72-year-old manager Jack McKeon. They keep talking about the magic with Joe Torre and the New York Yankees. Well, this year, Jack McKeon and the Marlins had the magic. They got past the Giants, the Cubs, and now the Yankees. We'll continue with more on our Taco Bell post-game show after this break.
Eighth inning, and you know we had some good at bats, but we couldn't do anything with them. I mean, you have to tip. But these are the types of games we like to play. We just met our match here this series, where these guys just pitched with us and certainly pitched better than we did this last day. Andy pitched a terrific game, but Beckett was that much better.
Right. This has not been an easy year for anybody on this club. Is there a way to sum up and maybe put together what this whole year was like?
Well, it was very satisfying. Because of what started in spring training with a lot of doubts with my team, my coaching staff, and everybody needed to contribute to get us where we finally got to, and that Red Sox series was very, very emotional. We beat a very good team there. And to come here, and we had a 2-1 lead, and we had some opportunities. Every team, both teams, could have won every game. I mean, it was that closely contested, and it's satisfying to a point, Susan. I'm satisfied with the effort my team put out there. I mean, they were all out there pulling for each other, trying to pick up for each other. But again, they deserve to be world champs. They did it. With pitching and defense, and their defense was terrific. That ball that Nick Johnson hit was not an easy play for Castillo, and he turned into a double play.
From Joe Torre in his office, right out to Yankee Stadium and the podium live, where Jack McKeon is standing by.
Whether it's 3 days or 4 days, guys have a tendency to lose a little. But this guy is, he's special. I told you that. Yeah, you all question why I would start him on 3 days. I told you, he's a special individual. This guy has got the guts of a burglar. He's mentally tough. And I knew that he had the confidence to go out there and do the job that he did tonight. And I was not about to take him out. He went into the 9th inning with only 99 pitches. Spectacular job for a 23-year-old kid that has come on and matured in the postseason. And you're looking at a possible all-star next year and a 20-game winner. This guy is going to be something special.
In front of you, Jack?
Jack, you've talked a lot about your players, but for you personally, starting the year without a manager's job, now sitting here today as the manager of the World Champions, can you talk a little bit about how you're feeling about the year?
Well, I'm elated. I hadn't even had time to think about being in the World Series. Now you got, the other flag to go with you, the World Championship, but it's happened so quick, I don't know. I took this job with the idea that I could turn this club around and put it and make it a winner. I didn't have any idea that we would win the playoffs or win the wild card. I had no idea we'd get to the World Series, and I had no idea that we'd win the World Series. But being with these guys and seeing the attitude and determination, the desire, we were on a mission. We were on a mission since I would say the Philadelphia series, when we were trying to qualify for the wild card. And from that day on, we believed we could go to the World Series. And, you know, here we are. It hasn't even sunk in yet that we won it.
Jack,
Do you right?
Jack, every postseason team worries about poise, holding itself together under pressure. For a month, you guys haven't made a single screwy play or looked like you were choking, not once. How can that be? Where's it come from?
Well, I think it comes from my first speech with him, and I told him, let's have fun. Go out and do the best you can, and let's relax and have fun. And the pressure's on everybody else because we're not supposed to win. Let's go out and show everybody that we can fool the baseball world and show them that we're a hell of a lot better than everybody predicted us to be.
First over here, Bruce, to your left.
Jack.
Jack, to your left.
Jack, we talk about over here, Jack.
To your left.
Okay, all right.
Jack, congratulations first of all.
Thank you.
When you talk about the turnaround of Beckett, and you mentioned earlier in this playoff that he was a guy that you had to have some conversations with. Will you talk about what turned him around, how you guys did it?
Well, you got to remember, this is a young fellow's got tremendous ability. And, we just had normal conversations I would with my own kids about, hey, you want to get the golden ring? Do you want to hit the jackpot at the end of the rainbow? Then you're going to have to work hard. You got to, do some extra things. You're going to stay focused, work a little bit harder, do a lot of things. And to his credit, he's been great. I mean, this guy here has matured in 1 month. I can't believe the progress that he's made. But it was a simple sacrifice that he made. I don't take any credit for it, and I don't want any credit for it because he's the one. I just encourage him to do some things. And he's done it, and I think he's on the right track to a lot of stardom.
Okay, to your right, Hal.
Jack, how special is it to do it against the Yankees in a Yankee Stadium?
Well, if you were here the other day, I told you how special. I think the Yankees and Joe Torre have done a tremendous job. They scared the hell out of us. There's no question about it. We didn't come in here taking this for granted. We knew that they had a good ball club. But as I said earlier, when we were sitting in Chicago watching the final game of the American League Championship Series, and everybody's saying, well, we play the Red Sox, play the Yankees. And, I didn't care, really. But deep down in my heart, I was wanting to play the Yankees because Yankee Stadium is symbolic with the World Series. Seems like the World Series is played in Yankee Stadium every year. And since I lived across the river in New Jersey, I wanted to have my first World Series in Yankee Stadium. Win or lose, I wanted to be the one to play it in Yankee Stadium. I grew up coming to Yankee Stadium many, many times. They have a wonderful tradition. And they always seemed, like I said, to be associated with the World Series. So what finer presence could I have to get the opportunity to manage my first World Series team and in Yankee Stadium? So it's like a dream come true.
Well, Jack is right about one thing. That's the 100th game that has ever been played World Series-wise in Yankee Stadium, more than double the next closest, which would be Ebbets Field in Brooklyn, which is obviously no longer there. You cannot say that the Marlins really snuck into this because they beat the Giants, the defending National League champions from last year. They were down 3-1 to the Cubs. They came all the way back to beat them. And Paul, I'm sorry, when the Yankees went up 2-1 after beating Beckett in Game 3, I thought for sure they were going to win this World Series. I'm kind of shocked that they did not win this. But the Marlins are gutty, resilient, gritty kind of kids.
Well, I mean, all those words you're using now you can use and they mean something because they just won a World Championship. But, Bobby and I talked before the series, and there's one game throughout the series that seems to just change everything, and it was Game 4 because you're right. They just came out, they beat Beckett, they're in Miami. All of a sudden, I saw them coming out for stretching like, they were going to walk all over the Marlins. The Marlins bounced back, they won that game, and they never gave the momentum back. And in a short series, that'll get you to the ring.
And that Game 4, obviously the game that Joe Torre decided to go with Jeff Weaver in the 11th and 12th inning. He gives up the home run to Alex Gonzalez, and it looked like the Yankees never really recovered from that. Now let's look at what Susan Waldman spoke to Joe Torre. He looked like he handled it okay, but if you know Joe Torre like you do as well as anybody, that's a man that's hurting right now.
Oh, it does hurt. I mean, because he mentioned it. You go all the way back to spring training. You look at all the time and effort you've put into the season, and you're so close. It's just like right there, and all of a sudden you can't grab it. And now it seemed like, we'd win a World Championship and we might lose, but we got right back and won another one. Well, all of a sudden, you've lost a couple, plus you didn't get to the World Series last year. Now it's been 3-4 years down the road. This isn't the team you're still trying to hang on to that run. I think some things are going to change, and the Yankees are always a great organization. There's no doubt about it. But now do they continue to win with the same people, or they try to change things a little bit?
Well, we'll definitely cover that a little bit later on in the show. Right now, we want to go right back out to Yankee Stadium, where Susan Waldman caught up with the captain of the Yankees, Derek Jeter, who also is used to winning. Let's hear what he had to say.
Derek, Joe said that he said to you guys after the game that he was proud of the way you came together as a team. Is there any way you can sum up what the feeling is in here right now?
I mean, you're disappointed to say the least. I don't know if you can really describe it. I mean, you play for one thing, at least you should play for one thing, and that's to win. And if you don't win, then, I mean, I don't know what to say.
Was there a letdown after the Red Sox, or was it the Marlins?
No, they beat us.
Is this any harder or easier to take than a year ago? I mean, you did get further.
I don't care. I don't know how you can rate losing. In my mind, you win or lose. Doesn't make a difference if you win or lose the first round or the last round. It doesn't make a difference.
Doesn't matter. That was the Florida Marlins, a team that no one even thought could even make this postseason.
Beat San Francisco, they beat Chicago, they beat us. You know, nobody deserves it more than they do.
Giving credit where credit is due, but one thing that Derek put to sleep right away, that the Yankees, took them lightly after the Red Sox, although I think that Game 1, there was definitely a hangover after that Game 7 in the Red Sox series.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. There was somewhat of just an adjustment to get past Game 7. I mean, that was a mentally draining series, but I think Derek said it. Either win or lose. I mean, some organizations would be happy getting to the World Series. The Yankee organization's a different breed. You either win the World Series or you look to next year, it wasn't a good year.
Right. Either win the World Series or it's a failure.
Or else. We'll see.
Absolutely. Anyway, we're going to take a quick time out. We're going to hear from Bobby Mercer at the stadium, also Susan Waldman. Lots more to come. There's no place else to go. Stay right here. And we'll also hear from Andy Pettitte, who did a very, very nice job in the Yankee loss. So stay here on Yes. We heard what Joe said to Susan Waldman. Let's hear what he says to the rest of the country on the podium at Yankee Stadium.
You never know that. They talk about an end of an era, when Paul O'Neill left and Tino left and Brocious and Knobloch. But, we resurfaced again. We'll see. We'll see. We always manage to get the players that are capable of great things. And, it's I don't even want to think about next year right now, but it was a very disappointing ending. Andy pitched great. Josh Beckett was unbelievably great, and they certainly deserve to be world champs.
Behind the column there.
Joe, it's been a long season. Can you give us a couple words on what you're feeling right now?
Well, just disappointment. I just went in and thanked my ball club right after the game was over. It took us time to come together, but once we did, they realized, how much they cared for each other, how they, picked up for each other. Very unselfish for the most part. Once this thing did galvanize, it's a lesson that, even though you work hard, it's not always a fact that you're going to win. But I think you gain from it, knowing when you reach down in there what you're capable of doing. So it's disappointing. It's disappointing. The fact that we didn't lose it, they won it, I think makes me feel good about the team, because they played hard, they worked hard, they, tried to stage rallies in this game. It didn't pan out. We did in games 4 and 5, fought our way back, and it wasn't enough. But the effort is what I have always based my opinion on. Whatever club I've managed, because I've played the game and I understand that even, when you work hard, it doesn't always mean that you're going to be guaranteed a good result. So I always base it on how hard they work and how much they care. And as I said, I thank them for those things.
Right up front here.
Joe, you guys won your 6th straight division title this year. 100 games, survived 2 rounds of playoffs, won the pennant again this year. Have you set the bar so high, people maybe don't appreciate what's happened here?
I don't think I did. I think Babe Ruth did. And the Yankees winning all the championships, that's our goal. And this is very disappointing. I mean, you go back to 2001 when we went to Game 7 with 3 outs away from winning a World Series, and that was disappointing. So you know, this is something that this kind of pressure is good. I mean, even though it's a lot to ask, the rewards are so great that you never question that or feel sorry for yourself. This is something that's a challenge, and you know, you'd like to believe everybody who puts on this uniform feels that that respect and that challenge. And sometimes when you see the great ones like Roger comes over here and it takes him a little time to get adjusted knowing he's wearing a Yankee uniform, and I think that's a tribute to the Yankees.
Hal.
Joe, you've seen a lot of teams. How good is this Florida team?
Well, they do the little things. You know, you preach. I know everybody would like to have guys that hit balls out of the ballpark and do all these things, but you can appreciate what it takes to win games when you watch what Josh Beckett did, when you watch what Castillo did on Nick Johnson's ball that took a hop and then turns it into a double play. You can't replace pitching and defense. And I don't care what sport you're in, whether it's basketball, football, it's still a matter of being able to control the game. And the way you do it is with pitching and defense. They do the little things very well. They don't know what intimidation is. Not that anybody was trying to intimidate them. You just go out there and play as hard as you can and hope when you look up you have more runs than the other team. You saw what they did with San Francisco, a club that was in the World Series last year. And the Cubs, who, had everything going their way with a 3-1 advantage, going home with a 3-2 advantage with their two best pitchers. So they certainly have been tested all the way to the World Series, and they didn't flinch.
Back there, right?
Yeah.
Behind the column there, sitting down.
Joe.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
Yeah, I'm guessing you might be a little tempted to check Beckett's gift certificate or birth certificate to make sure he's 23. But can you just talk about his performance?
Well, 23, I can believe. I mean, 19, 20, I can believe. Cabrera's not bad either. He's a little younger. But when you're that young, you don't know what fear is. And he's had what he did against the Cubs, coming out of the bullpen and gave Jack the relief job he did in Game 7. This kid doesn't think of anything negative, and it was it was a hell of a lesson for us to learn firsthand. Not that we expected anything less from them after watching and having our scouting reports. And let me say, our scouting reports were terrific. I thought we pitched well. We just came up a little short, but there was everything that they did. Our scouts, Stick Michael, who's in charge of everything, and Wade Taylor and Chuck Cottier, they were right on top of everything. We just didn't do well enough.
Okay, we're going to go Mike, Dave, and John, and then we'll let you get out of here. Mike?
Yeah, Joe, there's usually a kind of a swing moment in any series. Would you think the Game 4, 11th inning, bases loaded, and then the 12th inning home run by Gonzalez was this maybe the swing of this series?
Well, when you think of things like that, that would naturally come to mind. But you certainly have to realize how tough that at bat was for Boone. He fouled off a number of pitches, and Looper just had a moving, riding fastball up and in and made a hell of a pitch. These kids responded to the pressure all postseason. I didn't see a lot of them during the season. But that, sure, I mean, we win that ball game, and it's a 3-1 lead, and not that you take anything for granted because you just saw what they did to the Cubs. But, we go back to last year. We were playing Anaheim, and we have, we're like 6 outs away from winning Game 2 after winning Game 1. So, things like that happen. That's why baseball is so unpredictable. You don't play it by the clock. You can't freeze the ball. You have to get 27 outs, and every single one of those outs, especially the last 5 or 6, are very tough to get.
Dave?
Joe, just as a baseball lifer, what are your feelings for Jack today?
I told him, I said, I thought it took me a long time to get there. I tried to, I was waiting in the dugout to see if he was going to run out on the field, but we didn't get that from him. His coaches did the same as my coaches have done, surround me and just, embrace me, and they did to him. He's experienced something now that took a lifetime for him to get to, and I'm happy for him. I'm unhappy for us, even though we've experienced it before. It never gets old. but he's a good man. He's had some opportunities with different teams, but never really had a chance to get to the promised land, and I'm happy for him. And it's all about a lot of attention gets to the players, but with players, young players, experienced players, it still takes the staff, and I don't know what's going to happen with our staff, but I certainly could not have gotten this far in the 8 years I've been here without without the Willie Randolphs and the Mel Stoudemire's and the Don Zimmers. Lee Mazzilli came after a little bit, Rich Monteleone. It's Rick Down. Nobody works harder than he does. It's Gary Tuck did a great job with Georgie Posada. It's empty. That's I feel emptiness, and he feels he can't feel better than he feels right now, and he probably won't be able to close his eyes for 2 or 3 days.
John, last question.
Joe, now that it's over, can you say if this year did take the most toll on you of any year because everything that went on, and whether or not it's given you any second thoughts about coming back?
Well, the players and the competition, I'm not tired of that. Dealing with you guys sometimes is a pain in the rear end, but I understand you have a job to do. Right now, I'm just looking forward to being with my family, and as I say, it's still electric for me. You're still getting that dugout, and you're still excited, and as long as that happens, I don't think I can walk away from it. I know my wife would like to have me home, but she understands that she doesn't want me to do that if this is what I want to do. So the players make it worthwhile. I've had great players here the 8 years I've been here that really have a lot of respect, and that's so important for me to know and to experience. But right now I'm not really looking forward to putting on a uniform in the spring, but I know it takes a little time to get through that.
As always, you've been terrific. Thank you, Joe, for everything.
That's Joe Torre on the podium talking to the assembled media and out to the country as well. Now, Fox Network, Tim McCarver on the Fox Network in the 9th inning reported that Don Zimmer had told he and Joe Buck in a pregame meeting that win or lose, this is going to be his last series as the bench coach for Joe Torre, and he blamed it on the Yankee owner, George Steinbrenner, and would not elaborate on it. That's, again, from Tim McCarver of Fox Sports. So, Paul, any reaction to that whatsoever?
Well, I think, you could see Joe in mentioning that in his press conference thing. I think that little by little you're seeing things change, not only player personality, but the coaches on the bench. And it's just, where he is at the time of his career with 1 year left possibly, and the championships he's won here, I'm sure he hates to see anything break apart. But, people are going to do what they feel like they're supposed to do.
All right, let's go right out to Yankee Stadium and join Bobby Mercer. Bobby, let's get your take on this game in this series. And, we've watched a lot of these games together, and this game was a microcosm of the season and most of the postseason. Yankees got great starting pitching, and they didn't hit.
I don't really know what I can add that you and Paul have already talked about, Joe Torre and just everybody that we've heard from already here on the post-game show. It's pretty typical tonight simply because in that 8th inning where Posada doubled down the left field line, and then Jason Giambi hit one towards the third baseman. I was trying to think back through all the games that we've played here, the Yankees have played through the regular season and also through the playoffs. I don't remember a third baseman playing there. So it just kind of said to me that maybe this was just meant to be. They got the timely hits when they needed to. The Marlins got the great pitching from Josh Beckett. And the Yankees, when I heard you guys say they were 7 for 50 with runners in scoring position, you just think if they had another 20 or 25% of those runners that they knocked in, it may be them that's celebrating.
Bobby, as you look at the team, the Marlins, who just won a world championship, playing baseball the way, I was taught to play baseball, and I know in the years that you play with, bunting guys over and things like that, and it seems when you win, other teams, try to mold their teams after you. So you almost see baseball maybe stepping back and going back to the old-fashioned baseball, especially if it can win you a world championship like it did the Marlins.
We've got some baseball people now. They're looking at the scouting reports, and the only thing they want to look at is on-base percentage and how they get on. And they don't care if they hit home runs or what they do as long as they're on base. And Maybe there is something to that. I don't know, but it's the little things, Paul. You know, when you were playing Little League Baseball and you just like me, you know, you go right on up the ladder, you know, high school and in American Legion and professional baseball, they always taught you the little things will help you win the ball games. They're not the big things that they talk about in the paper, but they're the little things that help you win the ball games. And you know, Derek Jeter is such a big example of that because he has such great instincts on the baseball field. He seems to know what to do at a particular moment to help you win.
You know, Bobby, when you watch the Yankees play like this, and as I said, this has gone on the whole season. Is it just a one blip on the radar screen, or is this team fundamentally flawed where it doesn't do the little things, where it sits back and waits for the home runs? Are we expecting something out of this team that it really is not built to do, and does this team have to be changed in order to get back to what made them successful in 96, 98, 99, and 2000?
Well, Michael, you know, they won 101 games. I mean, you can't deny that that's a pretty darn good season for any ball club. They didn't play as good in the playoffs, but they got to the World Series. And if you look at it, they put pressure on the teams that they played. They just weren't able to deliver the base hit when they needed to. And I remember in 96, 97, 98, 99, especially all the teams that Paul O'Neill played on with Tino Martinez and Brocious and Knobloch and those guys, it seemed like every time they needed a base hit, they got it. And whether you say that's luck or not, they just did it year after year after year. And this team did not do that.
Now, I can't deny Paul O'Neill's Yankee pedigree, and obviously yours as well, Bobby. You spent so many years with this organization, playing and broadcasting. Paul kind of had a blank look on his face watching the Marlins celebrate on the field. What was going through your heart at that point?
Well, you know, it's a huge underdog that wins here at Yankee Stadium. But I tell you what, it brought back terrible memories for me because I was a part of that 1981 ball club that also lost here at Yankee Stadium on Game 6. And I can tell you, in that clubhouse right now, that is an extreme empty feeling by everybody. We had a great season that year, but we somehow let the Dodgers get by us. And still, to this day, I don't know how many years that is, but still to this day, I'm scratching my head wondering how we actually lost to the Dodgers because we always felt like we had a better ball club. I can tell you this, that I talked to a lot of Marlins management people that follow this ball club and help put this ball club together. I don't think that they thought that they had a chance of beating the Yankees. They were just so glad of being here and being in the World Series. And what Jack McKeon said at Yankee Stadium, that's what symbolizes the World Series, is playing at Yankee Stadium with those 26 World Championships. They just did everything right. They played loose. They played relaxed. And, you know, maybe sometimes ignorance is bliss.
Bobby, I want to thank you for tonight, and I want to thank you for the whole year. It's been a pleasure working with you, and I can't wait for 2004.
I can't either. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Paul, and everybody here with the Yes Network, Bill Boland, Michael Cooney, John Filippelli, our executive producer. Everybody's just been terrific, and it's been a pleasure working this postseason with the Yes Network, and especially you guys.
Thanks a lot, Bobby. I appreciate it. Have a great winter, okay?
Okay, same to you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We've got so much more to come. We're going to hear from Brian Cashman. We're going to hear from Andy Pettitte, Susan Waldman coming to us live from Yankee Stadium, and we'll also hear from the MVP of the World Series, Josh Beckett. Florida wins 2-0. Florida wins the World Series.
Yelling, he said he was yelling 3, but bottom line is I had the guy with 2 strikes and tried to expand the zone with a pitch, and I left it up in the zone, and I let him throw his bat at it. I just made a bad pitch there and left a bad pitch up in the zone when the other guy got the base hit to score the other runs. Both of them had 2 strikes. Big-time free swinging hitters, and I wasn't able to get the job done.
What do you think the feeling is in here?
I mean, I don't, you know, I think, you know, I can't speak for everybody else. You know, it hurts. I mean, I'm sick to my stomach right now. You know, we wanted a world championship, and we wanted to bring it back here to New York, and, you know, we were right there and wasn't able to get it done.
Pettitte's October performance, 3-1, 2.10, 33 hits and 34 1/3 innings pitched, 34 strikeouts, strikeout an inning. He walked 11, and opponents hit 246 against him. And Paul, if you look at the scorecard today, he gave up 2 runs, and he could very well have not given up any. The play at the plate was close. If Posada had blocked the plate, there wouldn't have been a run in the 5th inning. Then the error by Jeter in the 6th, and then the throw to the wrong base by Andy Pettitte. He pretty much matched Josh Beckett pitch for pitch.
Yeah, I mean, he had bases loaded. He had times where he had to make huge pitches, and he did. And all through the postseason, he was the guy that always had to pitch the tough game. So, you know, what else can you say about the guy other than he's a rock? I mean, he's a great pitcher. He's been a great Yankee, and hopefully he'll be back to pitch opening day next year.
That was my question. The next question to you, he's a free agent at the end of the year. He has said after Game 7, he spoke with Susan Waldman and said, you know, I can't picture myself in another uniform. But there are other things other than just where you want to be and where the team wants you to be. There are negotiations. Gut feeling, you think he's back or not?
I think he will be. I think that the Yankees have, you know, they've always brought back the guys that have been successful, especially in the postseason. I mean, George loves guys who play well in the postseason because what's that show you? That shows you got guts and you got a lot of heart to win. And you can't deny that Andy Pettitte has both of those.
I'll tell you what, Yankee starters in the World Series did an unbelievable job. Not just Pettitte, a 1.91 ERA, and the starters with 2-2. Let's take a look at the overall comparison. For the Marlins, the starters picked up 3 wins. Yankee starters picked up 2. Look at the Yankee ERA for the starters, 1.91. Marlins not too much worse, 2.31. 32 strikeouts for the Marlins, 29 for the Yanks. Marlin pitchers gave up 35. Yankees gave up 33. Marlin pitchers gave up 2 home runs. Yankees won. Right there, all you have to do is look at that graphic, Paul, and say if the Yankees hit, they're celebrating right now.
You look at that graphic. If you just saw the Yankees side, you figure they swept you swept the series. Mm-hmm. I mean, when you shut down another team like that, obviously the Yankees are going to score some runs. That's the way it's always been. Well, it didn't happen. I mean, you credit the Marlins pitching, but you also wonder if the Yankees just caught a bad streak and couldn't score runs.
Well, Susan Waldman caught up with Jason Giambi a couple of moments ago. Giambi had a pretty much of a rocky postseason. The numbers aren't that awful, but the knee was bothering him. He had a DH, and one day he was benched in Game 5 because he couldn't play first base because of the knee. But I'm sure Susan will hit on all that with Giambi. Let's listen in on that interview.
How frustrating it for you not to be able to do what you can do physically? I mean, it's got to wear on you.
You know, I tried to stay good the whole year. It's been, you know, rough the whole year, but I never lost confidence and, you know, go up there swinging and, you know, trying to do the little things, you know, to help us win ball games.
What's the feeling in here with this loss? I think Andy said he was in shock.
I think everybody, like I said, when it all got scripted out, nobody had kind of scripted this in it. You know, everybody thought that everything that this club had been through with the injuries and everything else, Rogers last year, that, you know, we were going to get a chance to get him a world championship.
Well, Jason Giambi came to the Yankees from the Oakland A's because he wanted to win a championship. First year, they were eliminated by the Angels. This year, they take it to Game 6 of the World Series, and they lose. And that's got to be an empty hole because there's a lot of guys in that locker room, Paul, that have the rings. He's still waiting for his.
Well, I mean, sports can be a cruel thing, and that's what people remember. And when you're Jason Giambi and you come to New York with a huge contract, everybody hears about the money, and all of a sudden you don't win for a couple years, people point fingers. I mean, is it Giambi's fault they didn't win the World Series? Probably not. But when you come over to New York and bring with you all the baggage of the contract, that's what they want. They want to know how often you win when you're there.
Giambi 0 for 2 tonight with a walk. Paul, you see how a guy like Giambi, who's won an MVP, finished second once before, puts up great numbers, one of the better players in baseball, still aching for a ring. Do you ever consider yourself how lucky you are? You have 5, 4 with the Yankees, 1 with the Reds.
Oh, I mean, every day, because I've known people. Buddy Bell's a friend of mine, played 17, 18 years in the major leagues, good players, never stepped foot on the field in the playoffs. So, I mean, timing is everything. There's no doubt about it. I was very fortunate to play on great teams at the right time. And, you know, Jason Giambi's a great player. He's a great offensive player. He puts up numbers year in and year out. And let's just hope that, you know, soon he gets that ring so he can get that off his back and the people can realize, you know, what he does on the field.
And as you said, there's some great players that don't have him. Ernie Banks and Don Mattingly don't have one. Mattingly did make it to the playoffs his last year in '95. Anyway, we have so much more to come here on the postgame show. Now we have to wonder what happens to the Yankees in 2004. What changes are going to be underway? We'll talk with Susan Waldman and we'll break it down right here at the desk. The counts where it now becomes a post-mortem show for the Yankees. They lose 2-0 in Game 6 to the Marlins. The Marlins are the champions, so the Yankees stay put at 26 World Championships and 39 American League Championships. Let's head right out to Yankee Stadium. Our Susan Waldman, who's been working the clubhouse, joins us from our Yankee studios at Yankee Stadium. Susan, let me just ask you straight up. You've been in winning clubhouses. You were there with me in Arizona when they lost. Tell me how this compares.
Well, this is very different. I've asked a lot of people about this one. Arizona, and you were there, Michael, there were a lot of things going on. One, I think everyone was in shock that they lost it. They lost it on a fluke play and on a mistake. This, I think they really think that they were beaten by a team that played better. Everyone's saying they made too many mistakes, and you know what? They didn't hit. Posada's talking about Game 4. They left 10 men on base in Game 4. I think, and you have used this word as long as we've been talking. Each of these games is a microcosm of this season. They have plenty of chances, and for some reason, this team does not hit. I don't know what it is. There's too much talent in this lineup. It's too easy to say that this one is hurt and this one is hurt and this one is hurt. 96, there were a lot of people that were hurt. Paul O'Neill played hurt in as many World Series as we've ever seen. One with a torn hamstring, one with a hole in his hip. So it's not that it was hurt. Something just did not click on this offense. The defense speaks for itself. When you've got a team that is predicated on pitching and defense, and you get one of those aspects and not the other, you're going to have some problems, particularly when you don't hit. Now let's go around this clubhouse. Andy Pettitte, I think the word was shock, because he said he got here and he expected himself to pitch a good game, to win, and come back tomorrow. Mariano was just shocked. He said it wasn't as bad as last year. I think last year they were really stunned at that. But I've asked everybody, when you get to Game 6 in the World Series and you lose, is your season a failure? And I think that's the question that's being asked in there, because everyone is fielding questions about, are there going to be changes, who's going, whatever. So let's go around different people. Aaron Boone, I think, is disappointed in himself. He knows he's a better player than this. I think he wants a chance to prove to everybody next year that he's a better player. I think he didn't think that anything in baseball could hurt this much. Matsui, and usually you don't get any emotion from him. I saw something else in his face today. He was really hurt that this team lost. I think he tried as hard as he could, and I don't think he was prepared for this kind of feeling when a team loses the World Series. Derek Jeter, obviously, and he was sitting there through wave after wave after wave of reporters. This is a guy who's got to have an operation to repair a torn tendon in his thumb. You know that he's got to have an operation on that shoulder to clean up whatever is in there. He did the best he could. I think his answers were a little short. I think he's extremely upset. Jason Giambi knows that he is better than this. He just, as I was leaving the clubhouse, he said, don't worry, I'm going to get it taken care of. I'll be back. I'll be back next year. I promise. And, you think of his year, you go through all that eye stuff. He's got a torn ligament or a torn tendon or something in that knee, which he will get surgically repaired. He says he'll be fine. But I'll tell you, the man who you and I, Michael, were talking about maybe is the MVP of this team, being Jorge Posada, though he didn't have a great offensive series here in the World Series, you can see in his face what he felt, and you can tell by his answers just how upset Jorge Posada is.
You talked about Game 4. Was that the 10 men left on base? You had guys on every inning in the last 3 innings and couldn't get it done. Does that sort of sum up this whole series?
Well, the clutch hit, they were there. They were, you don't tie that game 3-3 and, in the bottom of ninth with a double. With a triple, Ruben Sierra. You don't come close to getting 6-4. We had some clutch hitting. We just fell short, and it's tough to put it that way, but that's the only way we can put it.
Is this the toughest one for you? It seems like it is.
It's really tough. We had a good chance to having a fifth ring, and they took it. They really took it from us.
You've seen a lot of people walk out of this clubhouse, and you got a couple more walking out probably now. Is that all part of it?
Yeah, probably. Roger Clemens is going to be tough to swallow.
What about this team? Is this, you hear people talking about losing. You get to Game 6 of the World Series and you lose. Is this season a failure?
No, I wouldn't say it's a failure. We came short. We did everything possible to push the game. I was thinking we still got a good chance. To push this series to a Game 7 and then take it from them like they took it from us.
Susan, before I move on with you, I just want to ask you, who put his hand on Jorge's neck?
That was Andy Pettitte. And Andy saw that Posada was really starting to well up there, and he put his arm around him, and Jorge looked up and he said, "I'll call you, okay?" And so Pettit was almost comforting Posada. Posada's taking this he's taking it very hard. You know, we've watched this guy try and carry this team all year. I think he's been tremendous all year, and he was the one guy in there, Michael. You could see the emotion. His eyes were all red. You could absolutely see what he felt about tonight.
Well, he and Derek Jeter have obviously emerged as the leaders of that clubhouse. Let's move on to the paid leaders, the manager and the coaches. Susan, everybody kind of wondered, even if the Yankees won, there were going to be some changes, and if they lost, people assume that there are going to be changes. Let's run down the coaches, starting with Stoudemire and Zimmer.
Okay, so let's start with Zimmer. Zimmer, as he told Bill Madden in the Daily News last week, he will not be back. He said a little while ago, "I am not retiring, but I will not be back here." So Don Zimmer is gone. Mel Stoudemire just said 5 minutes ago, "Well, I'm going to wait and see. I'm prepared for anything." I do think he wants to come back, but he said, "I'll wait and see. My partner is going to be gone, so I am prepared for anything." I think he wants to come back for one more year with Joe, but you know, he's going to wait and see. I can't imagine firing the manager. I mean, it just makes no sense to me at all. So that's that group. Lee Mazzilli has an interview in Baltimore at some point. I would not be surprised if he got a call for the soon-to-be vacated Boston Red Sox job. There's going to be a lot of jobs open here, and Lee Mazzilli, for some reason, and should be, is being considered for some of them. As a matter of fact, some of the Baltimore people were asking me about Mazzilli, what I knew about him, what I knew about his managing style in A-ball and in double-A ball. And what Mazzilli does very, very well is work with kids, and that's all that's in Baltimore. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's a good interview there. I think Baltimore has kind of moved back on Eddie Murray there, you know, maybe thinking that maybe in the long run this wouldn't work out with him and the press that's there, because you do have to talk to the press if you're a manager. Everybody else, I don't know. We've thought all year that the hitting coach will not be back, Rick Down. I don't know whether you go for someone who has a different kind of philosophy. It's a lot easier to blame a hitting coach than blame 25 players that aren't getting the job done with the bat. But obviously there's going to be some changes here. And you know what, Michael? Maybe it's time to have some changes here. I'm not saying that Joe Torre, I think Joe obviously will be back. I hope that Mel is back, because I know that Andy Pettit's decision will stem a lot from that. But sometimes a different voice with maybe the hitting, maybe Rick Down was not getting through to these guys. You heard Soriano talk to me, I hope you did, about him working on his pitch selection. Somebody's got to get through to that guy. Nick Johnson, I don't know what happened to Nick Johnson. When he got hurt, he led the league in walks and on base percentage. All of a sudden, he's swinging at the first pitch. I don't know what's going on. So maybe there's a change there. There's always change. I don't see a lot of players changing, so something's got to change. So maybe it'll be some more coaches besides Don Zimmer.
You know, I was wondering, I was going to ask you that finally, Susan. A lot of guaranteed contracts that are unmovable on this Yankee team, but I don't see the Yankees, the way they're built, because, you know, you asked a couple of players, this is a failure. You know, we've been around the Yankees a long time, Susan. This is a failure. They have one mission in spring training. That's to win the World Series. And getting to the 7th or 6th game and not winning is considered a failure. Do you see a lot of changes in the 25-man roster? Because personally, I think that might have to happen.
Well, what are they going to do, Michael? I mean, I don't understand who can go. You can't move Giambi, right? You can't move. You're probably not going to move the second baseman. You can't move the shortstop. You just got Aaron Boone. You can't move the catcher. Bernie Williams, if his shoulder, if it's repaired, maybe he plays center field. Do you move him as a DH? If you put him in the DH spot, do you trade Nick Johnson? If you're going to trade Nick Johnson, you better get something really special, because he's the only chip left, the only one. So if you're trading him, you'd better get a young pitcher, because that pitching staff, I don't know about you, but I'm not real confident going into the season next year with a starting rotation of Mike Messina, Jose Contreras, Jeff Weaver, and John Lieber. I mean, that's not something that I think sounds like a first-place team to me.
Well, Susan, obviously there's a lot of talk over the winter that's going to take place, and I'm sure the Yankee organization will start tomorrow. We want to thank you for another great year from you in the field and on the post-game and the pre-game shows. And as always, Susan, a pleasure working with you, and I'm sure I'll see you throughout the winter.
Okay, and thank you, and thank to everybody in Stanford, Bill and Mike, and everybody doing stats, and you've done a great job, Mike, and thanks an awful lot.
All right, Susan, thanks so much. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
All right, that's Susan Waldman. Now we're going to check in with Paul O'Neill when we get back, and both of us will play GM for about 5 minutes, and we'll see what we would do with the 2004 Yankees. Yankees lose the World Series. Marlins win it 2-0 in Game 6. We'll be back with more.
Well, remains to be seen. I mean, change is always inevitable in the game, whether you finish on top or not. So it remains to be seen how much change will take place. You know, we have not had any internal discussions about the 2004 club. We'll start now.
Brian, are you surprised at the lack of run production in this team with all the people in this lineup?
Yeah, I mean, again, we struggled. You know, more so, we didn't scratch the surface for some reason. It wasn't because of effort. Again, there's a couple different components. You know, your opponent you're facing, some physical things that some of our guys have been going through, and then sometimes when you start struggling, especially as a team, we had that obvious stat with runners in scoring position that collectively we struggled for quite some time. And if anybody had a secret to figuring that one out, I'm open to that because typically our guys are better than that, but for some it carried us to a point this year, but we weren't able to finish it off here in the World Series.
Well, Brian Cashman's going to have to do the main decision-making process here, but we'll help him out just a little bit right now, Paul. There's a lot of questions about this Yankee team in 2004. Obviously, a lot of things in this season that didn't work. Let's start with the starting pitching, which actually did do a good job, but there's going to be a big turnover. Roger Clemens is going to retire, so he's gone. David Wells has an option year after he leaves Game 5 after one inning with a bad back. Unlikely that he's going to be back. Pettit's a free agent. The sure things are Messina, Contreras, and Weaver. Jeff Lever's coming back after a year off from Tommy John surgery. John Lever, I said Jeff. John Lever is coming back from Tommy John surgery. He's probably going to be in the rotation if he continues to progress. So there's big question marks there, and those question marks would lead you to believe that Andy Pettitte does have to be resigned.
Well, I think that Andy Pettitte, if you look at it, is probably the best free agent pitcher on the market. And there's also a reason why a lot of people, big money players or not, when they come to New York, there's a question mark. Are they going to be able to pitch in New York? Are they going to be successful like they were in the past? You don't have that question mark with Andy Pettitte because you know he can pitch here. You know he's pitched big games here. He's won here. So if you want a sure bet, sure, you sit down with Andy. You say, is this what you want? You want to come back to New York? And if the answer is yes on his side, then you get it done.
Okay, now one of the guys that had the check mark because he has a contract is Jeff Weaver. Can Jeff Weaver pitch in New York?
I hope he can because I don't know him real well, but I like him. I mean, you talk to him, you can tell the way he walks around, he's almost embarrassed of what he's done. I know he's got good stuff. I faced him. Can he get off to a good start and be productive? I hope so, and I think so. But it's, New York's not the most patient thing, and he's going to have to live through a lot of stuff from the crowd and the organization just to get back out there.
And, Paul, he's proof positive of what you're saying. He has really good stuff, electric stuff, nasty stuff, but sometimes that stuff doesn't translate into winning in New York if you can't handle being a Yankee.
Yeah, there's no doubt. But if he goes into spring training knowing he's one of the 5 guys and he's going to be out there every 5th day, I know we hear it and hear it, but opportunity is a big part of this game. And I think that, he's just got to forget this year. Nothing he tried this year went right for him. And there's years like that. I mean, every player has them. Some years are better than others. You just hope that when he does turn it around, that he's as good as he was in the past.
You think Contreras can start and be successful?
That he impressed me a lot, and I think that he's only going to learn from what he went through this year. I mean, as far as stuff, you want to talk stuff, I mean, I talked to Georgie. He throws, 96, 97, and it's not a split finger. It's a fork ball. That thing's almost like a knuckleball. It's all over the place.
All right, let's look at the bullpen because that was a real shaky part of this Yankee season. Obviously, Rivera's coming back. White's coming back. Steve Carsey's coming back from an injury, and he's supposedly fine. He had surgery. Felix Heredia, his contract option kicked in. Jeff Nelson's a free agent. Osuna's a free agent. Chris Hammond's coming back as well. The big question mark there has got to be Steve Carsey because if Steve Carsey's okay, that's the one thing they were missing for a long time this year, that bridge to Mariano Rivera. It looks like Mariano finished up this year strong. Next year is the last year of his contract, but they've got some tweaking to do out there.
Yeah, and if you would think of one thing that they would go after immediately, it would be somebody, whether it's Jeff Nelson or somebody else you bring in, it's a gap to Mariano because it showed up in the playoffs. I mean, you got Mariano throwing 2 and 3 innings. That's because that gap wasn't filled when Joe needed it to be filled. So that's the one thing I think they're going to go after immediately.
You think it could be Carsey?
Well, obviously, if he comes back and throws the way he did, sure, that's going into the year, that's what they had planned. But, you know, injuries do come into play.
All right, let's take a look at the remainder of the roster and the starting lineup. A lot of question marks there. We'll just look, first of all, Soriano, you see what they did in the hitting category this year. It's shaky. Combined team batting average 261. And you can just see right there are a lot of question marks. We'll go one by one here. Alfonso Soriano had about as bad a postseason as you could possibly have, Paul. Susan Waldman said, well, what are you going to trade the second baseman? You know, that's a distinct possibility. Last year, people would have thrown you into the loony bin if you said Soriano might go. You think the Yankees are going to stick with him, or do you think the Yankees say, hey, maybe we can move him right now?
No, I mean, Soriano's, the numbers he's put up, I mean, he's an all-star caliber player. You just hope that, you know, this postseason and this September doesn't affect the way he plays the next couple of years. You just hope you can forget about it.
Hard to forget, though.
Yeah, it is. And it's hard to forget, especially when you're in New York, because everybody wants to remind you. But, I mean, look at the back of his baseball card. Those numbers you don't see very often.
He had 2 hits tonight as well after being dropped tonight, so he handled that well. Giambi's a big question mark. He seemed like he was late on fastballs up and in. A lot of people say it's because his left leg was collapsing, his backside of his swing was collapsing. Do you think his bat is slow? Do you think if that knee gets fixed, he returns being Jason Giambi?
Well, I think that injuries can affect the way you swing, and if it doesn't, then you make adjustments, and great hitters make adjustments. So he's at a point in his career, well, maybe he does change a little bit, but, I mean, he's a great hitter. There's no doubt about it. He went through some periods where he didn't swing the bat as well as he can. Next year's another year.
Aaron Boone comes over from the Reds. He has 96 RBIs combined with the Reds and the Yankees. An awful postseason. I know he hit the home run against Wakefield in Game 7. He'll always be remembered for that. But can Aaron Boone cut it here in New York? We know he can pick it defensively.
Well, a big thing. I mean, Joe Torre's in his corner. He likes the way he plays the game. He likes the way he knows the game. Obviously, if you look at what he did on the field, it's not going to blow you away with his stats. But he's a solid player, and if that is what you want at third base, just a good, solid, everyday player, then he fits that bill.
Do you have to wonder if he can make it in New York?
I don't know. I mean, he's been through about as hot as you can get. I mean, he's played in the Red Sox series, then he's gone to the World Series. So you make your decision. There's really not a question mark. He's been through this. Whether he can play through it next time a little better, we'll wait and see.
A guy that was there when you got there and is still there now, and he did not have a great season. He had surgery on the knee. He's also got bad shoulders. Is Bernie Williams on the downside of his career, Paul?
I don't think so. I think that he might be, you know, he might be at a different position. He might be moved to left or right or DH once in a while. But, I mean, look what he did in the playoffs. I mean, all of a sudden, he's your toughest out. He's your biggest bat. And he said it in an interview before the game. I heard he expects to do well this time of year. And those are the kind of guys you want on your team that expect to come out and have big World Series.
Strangely, Paul, since 2001, the Yankees have had trouble filling right field. And right field's a big, big hole right now. Are you coming back?
You going to try out?
No, I'm asking you. You're the one who's got the pedigree.
I don't know. I'm still a rookie here. I'm trying to learn this. I'm with the big pro here.
Yeah,
so
right.
You know, it's strange how certain things just. Garcia, I thought, gave him a shot in the arm during the Boston series. I mean, there's some huge names out there in the outfield market. So if they fill it that way, I don't know. Those are the decisions that you know, Cashman. I respect the decisions this organization has made at a lot of positions. These are some of the names they're going to look at.
Vladimir Guerrero obviously is going to be the prize of the free agent market. Can he play in New York? Gary Sheffield has said over and over he wants to play in New York. Yankees have his uncle, Dwight Gooden, in the front office down in Tampa, but Gary Sheffield's getting up there in age. Yankees have always been interested in Bartolo Colon. They always worry, though, that he might be a little bit heavy and break down. Miguel Tejada, the shortstop for the A's, he's not going back there. Doesn't seem to be a fit right here. And Kazu Matsui, the great shortstop from Japan, also has hinted, he actually watched the game at Yankee Stadium, he might be willing to come here, play second base, play third base. Those are some names that the Yankees might look at. But do you think a guy like Guerrero would fit into the Yankee scheme?
Well, I always thought that when guys came in here, they kind of fit into what was going on, and we were winning at the time. This team's still winning, but it's a little different thing. But, I mean, Joe Torre is so good at knowing personalities and sorting them out and having a team, you know, on one page as far as winning. But, you know, these things are all speculation, and that's what's fun about looking to next year. But, you know, it's not fun looking to next year when you just lost the World Series.
One guy we didn't name was Nick Johnson. What do you think his future is? Obviously, with Jason Giambi here, Jason likes to play first. His numbers are better when he's a first baseman rather than a DH. You're kind of wasting Nick Johnson as a DH. Do you think they use him as trade bait, or you think that's a guy they should keep?
Well, you know, I love him as a hitter. He's a good hitter. He's going to be better. But, I mean, to think that he can play 50 games a year, I mean, he's a player. He doesn't want to DH. He's young enough. You're not going to stick him in the outfield. He's not that type of player. So, you know, you wonder if it's better off for him and the organization to get him out of here, or, you know, is Jason going to be your DH? I mean, that's the decision you got to make.
Paul, it's been a pleasure all year. Thanks a lot.
Michael, I believe it. You're the man here, man. I kid you all the time. It's fun working with you.
Well, thanks a lot. Have a good winter in Cincinnati.
Right, take
all
care.
Right. Well, here at the Yes Network tonight marks the end of the baseball season, and we would like to thank you, the viewers, for making us your choice for New York Yankees coverage. It's been quite a ride this season, and we've really enjoyed bringing you over 130 games and other quality programming. And in the offseason, it continues as well with Yankee Classics, Yankee Magazine, and Yankeeography. We want to thank a lot of people here, Bill Bolin, the producer, and of course Michael Cooney, the director. And during the games, Kevin Smolin is our producer, and John Moore is our director, and our executive producer here at the network is John Filippelli. We thank everybody behind the scenes. I couldn't name everybody, but this show wouldn't get on if it wasn't for them. So thank you all. And thanks for Bobby Mercer, Susan Waldman, Paul O'Neill, and our entire Yes Yankees broadcast team. I'm Michael Kay. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you in March. So long. Have a great winter.
The Yankees packed up their 2003 ace in a 3-game losing streak that's going to take a while to get over. It's going to happen with a coaching staff. Mel Stottlemyre has hinted about stepping away. Joe Torre said he still loves the action in the dugout, but after winning the American League, anything short of a world championship just won't do.
Very disappointing still, and tough right now, and you know that we're not going home with what we wanted is a little, you know, it's a little difficult right now, but you know, also something you gotta hopefully learn from and get on with.
Well, it's gonna be a lot of change. We all know that. And you know the boss, he loves to win, and he's gonna do everything to have a good team next year. And but we see, it's nothing we can do now. Just sit at home and wait, see what's gonna happen.
Well, the caption on this picture should read, "The old man and the see ya." Don Zimmer held firm to his contention that his tolerance for George Steinbrenner's antics is gone, and therefore so is he, after 8 years as Joe Torre's kemosabe.
The man obviously didn't want me here, and it was very obvious throughout the winter and the summer. How much can you take? And I took all I wanted to take, and that's go home and get it over with.
How hard was it to make that decision?
After 55 years, but I pretty much made this decision in the middle of this summer when he started on Joe and his team, and when I had the rift and then the things that he did to me after that a lot of people don't know about, and that I pretty well made my decision then. And it's just so many things that, I mean, how much can you take? I'm a human being, and I try to treat people like human beings, and I just thought it was time to move on. He's no longer the boss. I announced that last night. No longer the boss, he's Steinbrenner, just like I've been Zimmer for 25 years.
You demoted him?
Huh?
You demoted him?
No, I just put it my way. Like I say, he called me Zimmer for 25 years. I called him the boss for 25 years. Today he's Steinbrenner. He's no longer the boss with me. This town's been great to me. Fans, everybody, press. I mean, baseball's been my life. And everybody's been good. I guess you'd have to say it's a tough way to leave, but that's what I want to do.
So when Yogi, when he fired Yogi, he wouldn't come back for many, many years.
Well, I won't be back. Well, when I say I won't be back, I ain't coming back to work for Steinbrenner or be around him. No. Yogi come back, that's his business. I have my own.
But if they invited you here to be part of a ceremony?
They could have a day for me. The answer would be no, and only because of him. The fans, I mean, how can fans treat anybody any better than they treated me? Yeah. The whole city, the whole area, whatever it may be, baseball in general. Yeah. How can anybody be treated better than I've been treated? I've been lucky. I've been a lucky man. You know, and I've often said this, and 55 years. I mean, some kid picks up a bubblegum card. Don Zimmer, 235, lifetime. And here I am 55 years in the game and places I've been in championship clubs, World Series. I mean, how lucky, I mean, who in the hell ever hit 235 and as lucky as I am? I mean, that's about the best way I can put it. Well, guys, I'm going up the highway. All right.
Good luck to them. Take care.
When the Yankees lose, somebody's got to be the scapegoat. Zimmer apparently has volunteered. Coming up, final analysis with Jim Leyritz, a catcher's perspective of a World Series pitching gem.
Well, if you want to lay blame at the feet of somebody for this World Series, no doubt Jeff Weaver will be one candidate. But how about the paltry production from the bats? Check this out. The Yankees batted 140 with runners in scoring position in this World Series. The Yankees have been in 39 World Series. That is the second lowest batting average with runners in scoring position of any Yankee team. Only the 63 team was worse. The Yankees were 0 for 7 in Game 6 with runners in scoring position, and Josh Beckett was the reason. And Josh Beckett was just one topic of conversation with our baseball analyst, Jim Leyritz.
Yeah, I think last night we saw a pitcher coming into his own. The Marlins said, we're going to give this guy the ball in Game 6 and let him go out there and do it as long as he can for as long as he could. And he went out there and he gave them 9 strong innings and showed maybe a glimpse of what's going to come in the future for a spectacular pitcher to have a great career.
But it's so often said in this time of year, Jimmy, good pitching, great pitching shuts down good or great hitting. The Yankee hitting wasn't that great. Was it because of what the Marlins were doing, or was it a Yankee inherent hitting problem?
I think the Yankees' bats just went silent. These guys couldn't come through with the big hit. They had opportunities. There was men on base. They had a lot of guys on base. And I think the pitching wasn't that great that they struck him out all the time, but with the exception of Josh Beckett. You know, other than that, I think the Yankees didn't swing the bats very well this whole series.
And it seemed as though a trademark of the earlier Joe Torre Yankees, and I guess we have to start referring to them, your teams, was work the count in your order, make the pitcher wear down. They really never made Josh Beckett wear down, even though he was on 3 days rest.
Yeah, he was going into the game last night with 3 days rest, and it was a situation where I really thought, okay, if I'm the hitting coach, I grab these guys and I say, listen, work the count. Let's get this guy's pitches up, because we know if we can get in their bullpen that we have a chance. We have a lot better chance than we do off Josh Beckett. And they couldn't do it. And like I said, they swung at 70% of the first pitch fastballs. And yes, he had a good curveball, but you know what? I'm a hitter. I have to make him work the count. I want to get his pitch count up, and the Yankee hitters didn't do that.
All right, you had a night to sleep on it, a day to digest it. How surprised are you that the Yankees did not win this World Series?
Well, I think, everybody's surprised. I mean, the Marlins came in here, and no one expected to them. Like you said, back in, in April and May, if you would have put money on them, I don't think anybody would have, guessed it. Mm-hmm. But you know what? They came in with the desire. They came in, like I told you, they reminded me so much of our 96 team. Everything that took place in this World Series reminded me of that. The Game 4 win in extra innings, winning the next game, and then closing it out in Game 6 like we did. These guys had a mission. They weren't afraid. They came into the Yankees' house and said, you know what? We're not going to give you guys a chance. We're going to throw Josh Beckett, and we're going to go for it. And they went for it, and now they're champions.
So now everybody waits for the aftershock, which is the eruption of Mount George. Which way does Steinbrenner go? Let's start right at the top. Is Joe Torre the manager? Is Brian Cashman the general manager next year?
Yeah, I don't think you'll see a personnel change as far as the upper level goes. I think, there may be some other in-house changes as far as that, but I think the coaching staff is going to be primarily a lot different. I think there's those 2 holes that we talked about, the relief pitching and the outfield. And I mentioned before, Carlos Beltran may be a good fit. Vladimir Guerrero may be a good fit for this ball club, but they need to make some decisions. Right field and the middle relief, there has to be changes, and now they're going to lose 2 or 3 starters. They're going to have to go out and get some big-name starters also.
Is Alfonso Soriano a possibility for right field and therefore go out and get a free agent second baseman?
That's a possibility. He's even been mentioned about maybe playing center field with his range, with his ability. Everybody says Bernie Williams is no longer a center fielder because of his arm, and he proved that. And we don't know how strong he's going to come back next year. I think Bernie may make the change to one of the corners, and you may need to go get a legitimate center fielder.
Let's go inside the Yankee clubhouse after Game 6. It seems once again that Derek Jeter and Jorge Posada are the ones that take losing the hardest. You've got the Zimmer thing, and then you've got your conversation with George Steinbrenner a couple of hours after the game.
Well, you have to wonder when George came out and he kept giving a vote of confidence for Joe Torre, and then he was asked, well, what about Brian Cashman? He said, as I said, I think Joe Torre did a great job and he'll be back. You got to wonder if he's going to blame this whole thing on Cashman, and I don't think that's fair at all. I think Brian did a great job. He tried in every way to make moves to get this team to where it is, and let's face it, they got old in a hurry in this series. And, it pays when you have some young pitching like the Marlins do and a team that can scrap and can make plays defensively. So I don't know. I don't think Brian Cashman should be the scapegoat in this series.
No, you know why? Because a lot of the moves that he made were under the gun of George Steinbrenner to do it now. Make it happen right now. And some of the players you want aren't available when you say, do it right now.
And also, you're bringing guys in and out all year long. It's like a revolving door this year at Yankee Stadium. And I give Brian Cashman a lot of credit for some of the moves he was able to make and to how he was able to just get this team, because we knew one thing, Al. We knew this was a flawed team, but they were able to hide some of those deficiencies of not being able to hit the ball, and maybe they're the starting pitching into their 40s, which finally broke down a little bit. David Wells only going one inning, and somehow get this team. I know it's a $180 million payroll, but let's face it, I think they got everything that they could out of this team this year.
All right, good wrap up, Fooch. Have a good flight.
All right, Al. Where are we right now? Minnesota? Florida? I'm not quite sure.
All right, good job. That's Anthony Fucilli joining us from the Metrodome in Minneapolis, where the Giants won today. The Yankees, well, they're looking at changes, maybe major changes. We shall see. But a star is born in the Bronx. Josh Beckett shuts down the Yankees and take the World Series. That's our topic around the corner.
Posada, slow roller right side. Beckett picks it up, and the Florida Marlins are world champions.
In the minds of the Yankees, there was supposed to be a Game 7 tonight. It's time to play What's Your Angle? John Giannone back with me here. We've had a chance to digest how good Josh Beckett was in 107 pitches of fabulous stuff. And I don't think the Yankees, or I didn't get the feeling that they were ever going to score off of this guy. That's how good he was.
Yeah, as the night progressed, and it seemed like the curveball was really what was working for Josh Beckett, and that's kind of a surprise on 3 days rest that he would have such command of the curveball. But you know what? I still believe, and I'll always believe, that the Yankees of 2003 were fatally flawed versus the Yankees of the other Joe Torre teams in that they did not work counts. And a lot of people said, well, he threw 107 pitches, 73 strikes. How can you work a count with that many strikes? First of all, there were a lot of strikes because the Yankees swung at a lot of pitches out of the strike zone. That was the first problem. The second problem, they didn't foul off a lot of pitches. And the third thing is they swung at so many first pitches. On 3 days rest, they should have made that guy throw more.
And I think in the end, Game 3, the Yankees fooled everybody because that was one of the few times that they looked like the other Yankees, the ones who were ruthless. I think they fooled everybody because for the next 3 games, they didn't look like that again.
Right, and I think in the final analysis, as the days, months, and years go by, everybody will look at Alex Gonzalez's home run and say the Yankees lost the series at that moment because just as they've struck a blow like that to so many other teams, that was one they never recovered from.
Meanwhile, what we're finding out, not so slow, but definitely surely, is that this season was excruciating beyond even what we thought. From spring training's day one to the very end. This was Don Zimmer at Yankee Stadium today. He just happened to stop in a stairwell and decide to talk to the media, and he was not happy.
The man obviously didn't want me here, and it was very obvious throughout the winter and the summer. How much can you take? And I took all I wanted to take, and that's go home and get it over with.
So Don Zimmer says he's not coming back. Even Mel Stottlemyre's not sure if he can take it anymore. And what we're finding out is that there were many, many, many instances that just absolutely broke the spirit from Joe Torre's on through the coaching staff.
Yeah, and it seems like George Steinbrenner might have been particularly malicious this year. And, I somehow sense, and as you know, being around that team as much as you were for so long, there's a shelf life intolerance for George Steinbrenner's antics. And I think in this case, the shelf life was about 8 years. And I think the more it piled on, the less tolerant these people got. Now, let's not forget, Don Zimmer and George Steinbrenner shared one very strong passion, and that's the horses. They used to talk about horse racing and go to horse racing all the time. For this thing to break down the way it did is very startling after a long relationship of two guys who are the same age. And you can just sense it in Don Zimmer's voice, how fed up he got with everything. And it started with taking his car away in spring training, putting the coaches on notice, and it continued when he got after his Kimosabe Joe Torre.
Imagine how it breaks your spirit when you've proven yourself on the biggest stage. If you live in sports and work in sports, you have to know that in any given year, you may not win. You can't buy it.
Right. But, you know, this is the same George Steinbrenner who, after the 2001 World Series, when the Yankees had those 3 remarkable comebacks, lost games 6 and 7, Rudolph Giuliani walked up to him about a month and a half after 9/11 and said, George, don't worry about it. You can't win every year. And Steinbrenner pushed back and said, why the hell not? And that's George Steinbrenner in a nutshell. He doesn't understand why you can't win every year. And that's why the payroll next year will be $200 million.
And some very good men are now saying, that's it, we've had enough. When we come back, it's time for one of my favorite moments of the week. That's when we summarize the week in photos. This is Angles, presented by Bex. Welcome back. There is no question that baseball, the Yankees, the Marlins dominated the week, but football dominated the day. Here we go as we summarize this past week in sports, still life. We begin with the moment the Yankees lost their mojo. It happened in the 12th inning of Game 4 when Alex Gonzalez curled a line drive over the wall in left field to tie the World Series. On the right is Jason Giambi. Wasn't he supposed to be the guy doing things like this for the Yankees? Tino Martinez did. After an entire season of proving he was prone to giving up home runs, Jeff Weaver's only appearance of the postseason reproved that fact when he gave up that Gonzalez homer. Now the question is, at $9 million a season, what do the Yankees do with him? Another question is, do the Yankees bring back David Wells, whose balky back took him out of Game 5, exposing the Yankee bullpen in a very bad way? That's a $6 million decision. And you never know, he could write another book. The Marlins won the World Series when Alex Gonzalez made this ridiculous slide to avoid being tagged by Jorge Posada. After seeing the replay over and over and over, I still can't figure out how he made his body do that. Meanwhile, it's 3 years now that Derek Jeter hasn't won it all, but the postseason was another showcase for one of the best athletes to ever play in this town. The great ones have a real hatred of losing. This is a picture of that. This is the final play of Game 6. The scoring on the tag by Josh Beckett on the first baseline is scored pitcher unassisted. That's interesting because the entire game could be scored pitcher unassisted. The Florida Marlins celebrated a second world championship. Just 2 years ago, baseball thought of disbanding the franchise. Just months ago, this was a dead franchise. Now the question is, with a limited payroll, can they keep the team together? They should make a movie about Jack McKeon, out of work after 52 years in baseball, hired in midseason, and there he was at the greatest achievement of his life at the age of 72, in the building where he went to games as a kid. Beautiful. The champagne flew according to tradition. Only problem? One of the hitting stars of the series, Miguel Cabrera, is not old enough to drink. The MVP of the series did something that's reserved for the all-time greats. A complete game shutout in the World Series at Yankee Stadium at 23. Josh Beckett is a superstar now, but did you hear of him 2 weeks ago? 500,000 fans attended the last 8 Marlin home games compared to 800,000 for the entire rest of the season. That means the Florida bandwagon is about the size of Dade County.